Would you please stand? The flag is behind you. Please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I believe we have, how many people signed up to speak? I just have one. Pam. Okay. Pam, Weaver. What's your name?
Joe Fitzpatrick.
Pam, you want to come on up?
I submitted a letter to the board and you all have copies of it, asking for the chairwoman of the board to step down. In there, I've listed various reasons that, as a group, we came across with, and feel that at this time we need exceptional leadership, and unfortunately, that's not what we're getting. So we are asking for, we had a no, I have to look at my
Vote of no confidence.
A vote of no confidence, and would like Joanna to step down as chairwoman of the board, due to multiple reasons as you have on the letter that you each received.
Thank you. Who was the other person?
Joe.
The reason I came to this meeting tonight was because I've asked for a variance. I had an egg meter, you guys took it out, told me I'd never have to worry about water. I could always have water to water my pastures. I have livestock. It's costing me $400 a ton for hay because I can't water my pastures. So I was wondering about the variances that you were going to, are you gonna work on them or what?
Variances are being worked on, right now, in the aspect of, hopefully, once we get to it, the supplemental water. Every drop of water we're selling right now is at a loss. And that's been said over and over and at every meeting. So giving out water right now is super hard because it's just putting the district on their front line. It's not because the district or the board or the employees don't want to give out water. It's because we just don't want to go from their front line. So as soon as we are able to get the rate up where it needs to be, where we can sell the water appropriately, at $1.21 in HDF, variances can get approved on a regular basis.
So variance that I put in 2 months ago, I haven't even looked at it. That cost me $50 the next year.
In the beginning of all of this, before we purchased it, the original 500 feet of city of Reading water, we had no extra water to give out. Potentially we have water now, but we can't just give it away. We definitely can't sell it at a loss.
Well, if I may, well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Finish.
No, I was gonna kind of add to that, I hope. I had a discussion with you the other day, I believe, and you said that as of now, we probably have 200 acre feet left of the, original 500, and then we have, no, of the original 700, and then we have 500 left of the water from the the city of Reading, which leaves us with about 700 acre feet of water between now and February 28th. Is that about right?
That's about right. The 700 acre feet, that's the less expensive water, the 404, 406 an acre foot. That's the 700 acre feet. That came along second. The original 500 acre feet is the more expensive water, 467 water.
Well, I guess where I'm going with this is, if we're able to produce 180 acre feet of water a month from the wells, and we still have approximately 700 acre feet of water left from what we have purchased, admittedly, at a high price, obviously. With that, is it possible then to look at doing variances for, I know there's variances for health and safety, I know the schools have asked for variances for the kids, but we have people that have livestock out there, and how do we handle that? Do we have enough water to make it?
I think that could be addressed with the supplemental.
Okay, when we get to that point on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, she had one more item.
On the piece of paper that you all have copies of it, at the bottom of it, it says that, and this was turned in on time to be on the agenda, it was just an oversight. But it says that this request, was to be included on the agenda for discussion and an action item at this board meeting. So it wasn't to be glossed over, it's up for discussion and an action item.
That's the request, yes.
Thank you, Becca. I totally understand the situation that we're all in with the water. And I understand that y'all have passed the ordinance in regards to the drought stuff and the penalties. However, if y'all expect us to follow the rules and follow what you ask us to do, I also expect y'all to follow the rules and do what you say you're gonna do. So according to your paperwork, your ordinance that y'all voted through and said okay on, under the fines and penalties section, it states that a $50 fine will be imposed and a notice sent to the current property owner billing address via certified mail. Those haven't been done. In addition to that, it states that the amount of the penalty shall be added to the next water billing, which means it wouldn't be on the one that we just got last month, not the one y'all just read on Tuesday, but the bill that we recently got, and the penalties are on there. So when are you guys gonna follow your own rules? When are you gonna do what you say you're gonna do? Once again, you guys want us to do everything that you tell us to do, but y'all pass stuff and you don't care. You tell us you're gonna do something and you don't. I totally get that it's gonna cost you $3.55 to mail every single certified out there, but if you had 1,460 people who are getting a $50 fine, that's $73,000 that you guys are gonna pocket. And it's only $4,000 to mail out the certified stuff. That's still a profit in your pocket that you still haven't explained to us where it's gonna go and how you're gonna spend it and what account it's going into. So when are you guys gonna actually do what you say you're gonna do? Because once again, here we are, you guys saying one thing, and as soon as the door is closed, doing whatever the hell you want. I got 18 acres. I have 15 horses, 2 damn cows, 21 goats, 2 rabbits, 4 dogs, and me. I'm never gonna sit at 29. Every month, I'm going to get a $1,000 fine. And if you think I'm gonna sell my livestock because you guys didn't do what you were supposed to do way back at the beginning of the year, it's not gonna happen. I've worked very hard to have the stock that I have, and I'm not gonna sell it because you guys didn't do your job. I'm paying $2,400 a month right now to feed my animals because I can't put them out in my pasture. So I've already incurred
twice my fee bill, and now you're gonna stick me with $1,000 a month fine for water. Y'all need to figure it out, and you need to do what you say you're gonna do. And as far as I'm concerned, a $50 fine on my bill isn't gonna get paid. And in here it says that we can protest, but there's no explanation as to how to do that. Is there a protest letter that we can put in? How do we do that? Because there, again, no explanation, just, you can do this, but no explanation. Like when you came out with the variance and you had no variance forms. So what are we gonna do?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
So when we put the, ordinance together, the idea of doing everything with certified letter seemed like a great idea. But you're right, when it came time to mail them, it was gonna be a cost. We checked with legal counsel on a couple of things on the ordinance. She said that we could amend the ordinance and make things retroactive, like mailing things out, certified. And that's why we did what we did. There are changes to that ordinance that need to go into effect. And as things go on, there could be things that could be changed also. So the bottom line is everything you said is correct. But we can amend the ordinance. Every time we do that, we have to post it in the paper at $970. And then it's about $300 in legal review. And then as far as the protest letters, form, we made one. We have those.
Not online, or is it?
Yeah, I don't know if it's online or not, but it's in the office.
Okay, and those of us who work.
Yeah,
and-
we're behind in everything. We're letting people down left and right, and I'm sorry. We'll get it on the phone.
What about paying the fine?
It hasn't been amended as of now. So all of the fines that you're requesting from last month should be null and void, and we should have to start over. You're not following your own ordinance as written and as signed. So as of now, it's null and void as far as I'm concerned. And legal counsel can say you can do whatever, that's great, but it doesn't say we might send it, it says we shall, we will send. So you guys are bound to what you signed until you amend it. You didn't follow through on your part.
I'm being told that the protest letter is online under all forms.
I was there, I did not find one. And there's another form that I saw in there today. I had all this stuff copied and ready, but I left it in my work truck and didn't have the time to go back to the office and did it. Something about the July water allotment, and at the bottom it says there's attachments. Yeah, there's no attachments to that form that's there. Why is it not there? If on the main page for the July water, I don't know if it's for what was used or whatever, if it states at the bottom of the page that there are attachments, why are they not attached online? So we can see whatever this paper is supposed to be showing us. Again, where's the transparency? That's all we've been asking for a year and a half. And it's not happening.
I think you have human error, and human error is gonna happen, okay? So we're gonna do the best we can to correct these things as we go on. And frankly, you know, you guys tell us to save money, and you want us to cut costs and all that, they're understaffed, okay, we can start hiring temporary service to come in here and just fill us up the kazoo with money. I mean, we could try to do that, guys, but, and we're gonna make mistakes along the way. We're gonna make spelling errors, we're gonna make grammatical mistakes.
These aren't grammatical or
And
spelling errors.
frankly, that ordinance, as you look at it, if we had enough staff, we could have done the 10-day notice. As we got into it, was not feasible.
There's no 10-day notice. If they
There's
mail it out,
a 10-day response window that we're supposed to provide a letter within 10 days. So is that doable for our staff? They started saying no, so my comment was, then we need to find a way to amend the ordinance, because that's the way it's written. So we will amend the ordinance.
But as of this point, it has not been amended, so we should follow what it
But you
says.
can go retroactive on ordinances, just like the lawyer's saying, just like, let's take for instance, you have this is a long response for this, so I know we're kind of beyond the ground, so I don't want to go much longer. A brief response would be what Bill said, that's what I think we should look into. As far as holding people accountable for their overuse, you can give a speech if you want, but if you're using that much water, we're gonna get $1,000 fine, you gotta stop. And I understand pulling the flock and all, I had to do that over the years. It's hard, but to bury your problem in a problem that district staff is having, use that as an excuse to keep overusing, that's not acceptable
It's
either.
not an excuse.
Not overusing.
And it's, if you have livestock, it's not overusing.
If you're using that much water, guys,
It's a business. She's using.
it's a hobby farm, okay?
It's a hobby farm.
Read-
Everybody's entitled to.
Read the land soil survey for this area, guys.
Come on.
You
Let's
don't
let's start
grow,
over.
you don't
Let's
grow-
start over.
you don't grow
A
pasture.
person that has 2 people living in a house with a 2-inch meter, they get 29 units. Stop.
I'm done
They
responding.
get 29 units. A person that has all this livestock and uses hundreds and hundreds of units all year long, every year, is treated like the person that has the same meter that has 2 people. That's ridiculous. It is a business. She's keeping people and she's buying things for the animals. She's doing all these things, keeping our community going. I just put up $10,000 worth of hay. I don't like what you guys doing because you have not separated out the people that I'm a hobby farmer, well, good for you. But I'm still in it to make money. And I'm still in it, and I'm not gonna be able to use the water like you use. Come out and see it. I've invited you guys out there at least 4 times, make it the 5th time. But get it through your ears, get the cotton out of yours, and get with it. I've stood here in June and told you I would buy the water to keep people like her so they could feed their animals. And you said, oh, we're breaking the rules. Breaking rules, my ass. You are trying to charge her these big fees and everything like that, and I'm next. I'm not paying you guys, but I'll tell you what, I will be suing you. I will be
You didn't listen
suing
to
you.
a word Bill just said. He talked about if things could improve and things can improve.
Things
but-
can't improve next month and the month after. Things need to improve now.
If you're
You
using-
have the water.
if
You
you're
have
using-
the water.
If you're using 1,000 units,
It's not 1,000
Then
units.
yes.
It's not 1,000 units. I need 27 units.
Anywhere, folks, please.
And you don't have enough this sense to think about it.
people were telling me you were
Please.
using 1,000 units, sir.
Okay.
I'm not.
That is-
No, it's not right. You're not hearing it. Take the cotton out of your ears.
Come on, folks, come on.
You guys have been harping on this
Let's
for
move
months
on
now.
here.
That's right, and I've offered to buy it. And you didn't have the common sense to listen. You got cotton in your
We
ears.
contacted a lawyer about it.
Listen,
You want us
fella,
to do, you want us to do things right.
we're buying water from you. That money has to go to buy more water. And for you to say that I'm checking to make you do something illegal, that's silly. That's plain silly.
It is so, it's
Okay.
fancy.
I understand. I'm
I'm
a
done.
farmer also, okay? I've had to cut back,
You yell at me, I'll yell at you.
and fortunately, I don't have animals. So, but I watch my crop, and I know I'm not gonna have the crop that I had this year.
I have no
or
projects.
next.
I have no trees left. I have no garden
Right.
left. I
And-
have no front yard. I have no backyard. I have
Right,
nothing.
I don't either.
That's why you need to come and see it, because you don't have an idea what we're looking
I
at.
do, because
Well, they don't.
to my farm, it's all,
And I don't use 1,000 units. If I use 100 over, I get $1,000 fine.
Yeah.
I went from 238 units down to 160 units, and I'm trying to pull it down further. There's no way I'm ever gonna hit 29.
No.
So I'm either gonna get an $800 fine or $1,000
She
fine
can't
every
be
month,
treated like a
on top
normal
of
person.
$2,400 that I'm paying for him. I'm gonna have a really good job, but I can't afford all that. And I'm not gonna get rid of all of the livestock that I have worked all of these years to get the quality of animals that I have, because you guys didn't do your job.
Amen.
Why would I have to lose what I love? Because you guys didn't do your job.
Amen.
No, do you know how much water our livestock will drink during this heat?
I understand. I've had
Cattle.
sheep,
I don't
2
think
gallons
you
per
do.
100 pounds of weight.
You know, I agree with her. This isn't, something that we give up lightly.
we can look into the retroactive idea with the ordinance, then why can't we look in, like I said before, look into a water year budget for each customer? I've said it before, I'm on your side
It
with
should
that,
be on percentage.
so.
It's the only thing that works. If a person's farming or ranching or
You guys-
hobby farming, they have a percentage of water they use and you knock them down. Fine. If the others can cut back and get 29 units, fine.
We couldn't do that with all the domestic though, we've had this whole thing back and forth.
Well, only because you have an idea that everybody's gonna steal water.
No.
I stood up in June and said, I wanna give them so they can buy more water. I can't help that you're a little bit in arrears with the price of the water. It's not my fault about that. But I was stepping up to buy the more expensive $400 and some water to give everybody a chance. But you don't wait until everything's dead and gone, and well, next month or the next month, maybe you have a chance. That doesn't make any sense. You guys gotta have something on the line too. I have on my ranch every year put on the line, what can we do? How can we do it?
Changing
You
tax
asked-
a little bit.
Excuse me,
Yes.
we were starting this with open time. Please, I don't wanna be here for an hour. Okay, we have a lot we've gotta get done,
I
so we
understand
can
that.
give you 3 minutes.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
According in the board packet, there were listings for the cost of the water through the city of Reading and then the transfer. The 500 acre itemized every expense coming out to 462.38. Nice to see that. The 700 acre fee has everything in it except for the $134 and change cost that ACID is charging in there. And in your own paperwork, it showed that the 700 acre feet was actually gonna be at $328 an acre foot, not the 404. So, you should keep that in mind when you're calculating, but yeah, it's in your paperwork. I looked it up, saw it's in there. I'm serious, it's on the website.
ACID, it's the extra fee on the 404.
Well, there's $134 and something in the city of Reading, transfer that, ACID is charging.
The more expensive 462.
Right, but it's not in the other 700.
That's right.
Which drops it to
They said we were
328.
involved in it.
Okay, so it wasn't 404, it's 328.
No.
That's just a point I wanted to make. Well, it
I
looked
know
right
it
at
is.
your own paperwork that was provided on the website, and it listed both the city of Reading 500 acre transfer,
Before we-
462,
Yeah.
and then the other was with all the itemized costs, because McConnell was 250, and then you had various other costs, the river fee and whatnot, but that totaled 328. So,
We'll
Just-
make sure
we can
we're
clarify
clear on
that.
That's,
the only other thing
you
is,
got your math, you got the wrong series of.
well, it's on the website,
factors, yeah.
it's on the website,
Okay.
buy that, so if it's not accurate, then the website needs to be changed, that's all. The other thing is, if it really is 328, excellent. And I've requested in the past that a letter be sent to David Cox of Bella Vista to express the community's gratitude, and I just wonder, has that been done?
It hasn't been done.
And not,
I
would
just-
you please do
We
it?
need to follow up on that. When I was in front of their board, asking for the uncollateralized $50,000 loan, they were willing, I did express our thanks and how overwhelming that sort of help meant to us, the customers of the
Okay.
board.
A letter-
And they understood that. I mean, we all, I was looking at them all, and they appreciated being in the position to be able to help us in that way. But yes, a fall letter should be done.
Please,
We will.
please check those numbers on the 700 acre feet tubes.
Well, here we go again, gang. Now, we have another problem. The well water is full of of calcium and mercury and whatever else, and my air cooler is getting all crusted over, it looks like it's salt. My neighbor, the neighbor on down the street, our ice makers are starting to clog up, our hot water heaters are starting to clog up, it's minerals in the well water. So we've got a real problem there. And I would sure like to see you as a board rescind the penalty phase on this ordinance 2021-8. That would sure help the people out here a lot. It wouldn't deprive you a whole lot of money. I know that the finances aren't that great, but it would sure help a lot of the people out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, let's go to the consent agenda.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to, pull the financial statement off of the consent agenda for some discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you. I noticed that, on the, activity report, that, there is what's called a Class C domestic water. What is that? I don't think that exists anymore. Not under the new one.
What page, Erwin?
That's
Page one.
Page one,
Class
the operating sales.
Class C, I think, is the out-of-district water sales.
Oh, that's the outer district? Okay. All right, well, and that still would be on the new activity report. And just to clarify, when it says domestic water sales here, and it has domestic water sales year-to-date of $156,985, that includes the $20.94 base charge, plus the charge for water.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think we've heard from people in the community that would like to break that out under the new,
It's going.
and it will be broken out.
It'll be broken out on the bills as well as that.
Yeah. So under the new bill that you get with the new water, rates,
Everything will be broken out.
everything will be broken out. Yeah. So you'll be able to track that.
4 line items
Or
to make sure everything
Okay.
is broken out.
I'm also, there's a convenience fee in here of $7,000 budgeted, and I'm not sure what that is.
It's for the credit cards? It's for the credit cards.
The what?
It's for the credit cards.
There's a percentage of the credit card company, or the machine company.
Well,
Charge.
explain that. Is that, in other words, somebody pays you with a credit card,
3% bank fee.
and you put that in that line item?
That's 3%.
And what about the payment they make? Does that go under water sales?
Correct.
Well, then it's being covered twice.
Well, no, what they pay towards their water bill goes into
Into the water sales.
yeah, it's only the convenience fee that gets broken out.
Oh, I see, you're talking about the $2, I got you.
The 3%
Okay.
is what.
Gotcha, okay.
So they're paying
The
$395 plus
customers are
3%.
covering their convenience.
Yeah, they're covered.
Yeah, he
Okay.
doesn't get that.
Also on the, activity report, page one, that chestnut, you can get rid of that, because that's paid off.
Correct.
Yeah, and likewise, under taxes and assessment, the taxes under chestnut, that's not being collected, okay. Under source of supply, under water purchase, is that total ag and MNI? That's a figure of
If it's
21,000.
not broken out, then yes.
What's that?
If it's not broken out, which I don't think it
It
is.
isn't broken out in this one, but will it be in the new one?
We need to be able to account for the water purchase by type, to be able to balance the water budget.
So it's just a matter of,
And it will also signal how well the rates are performing on a going basis. So we should be able to say that we should be able to balance water sales and water quantity purchased by type and not have to
If you
kind of
could.
forensic, yeah, query for that, we should,
Just in that activity report, make sure it's already.
yeah,
So it's
water
not-
purchase by month, by time. So
Like that,
you get,
by what is charged to us by the Bureau.
no, well, the volume, how much did we buy, how much volume of M and I, how much volume of ag,
Right.
Volume's on another page.
That's on, that's on.
but not broken down by type.
Yeah, it is.
Is it on this one? Well, it will be on the new one. So the amount will be broken down as far as ag and M and I. And of course, the amount in dollars for ag and M and I will be on there as well.
We should have got a copy of that.
Oh, yeah, I've got this.
So that shows you the amount of, versus ag.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, but,
Page.
yeah, that should be in the, I just think it should be part of the activity.
Activity report, not a separate.
So we know that, not necessarily the, I mean, we can, just so you, just the volumes, because we're gonna know what we know the amount, right? It says how much we bought, but then we don't know how much that represents. I mean, that's just sort of,
So the CAC recommended that it either be included in there or as an appendix. Wouldn't this be the appendix if it's provided every month?
Well, this would be an appendix to it, yeah.
There is a way to do it too, it's called a crystal report, that breaks it down by rate and, which is virtually where I get those.
it'd be handy to see it monthly, I don't know why,
So,
challenge.
Now, likewise, the restoration fee, that figure of, for this year to date, $9,869, that includes both the ag and the M and I restoration?
Correct, it is not broken out separately.
It's not broken out
We
separately.
should break that out separately, because they're two different, rates.
Yeah.
It's just a way to double check that, you know, we should be able to balance all the bills and by volume, by rate, by fee, et cetera.
I noticed that, and also by, for instance, filter plant, transmission, conduit, transmission, distribution, office, the labor cost, that just is salary, that's just salary. Right?
Yeah, other things like benefits are broken out separately.
That's broken out on the next page separately, yeah. Okay, yeah. Under the organizational dues, on page, I think, 3, on page 4, the $13,000 that's, budgeted, does that include the risk insurance, the overage insurance? Okay, this is the Aqua, isn't it?
I'll have to, yeah, I would think that's Aqua and, AWWA.
Okay, well, maybe that's something that ought to be at least broken out somehow to tell us what it is. We, I don't know if anybody knows it, but we joined Aqua, ACWA, as an organization. And the only reason we do that is so that we can get good rates on insurance. And that's part of it that we pay.
Do you feel like that's happening?
What's that?
Do you feel like we're getting a good bang for the buck? Because $13,000 annually is a pretty big chunk.
We've gotten a lot more out of it than that, when we had breakages. You know, sometimes we've turned in things to the insurance.
To cover damages caused by a break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are kind of a high-risk district that way.
And, I'm curious about the PERS contribution that we pay. That's just based on a bill that they send you, isn't it? Or is it something that we, conjure up, and not conjure up is the wrong word. Put together in our own book.
Correct, they furnish,
They
they
send the
sends
bill.
a bill for the retirement, just like the.
Yeah, okay, I thought so, okay. Conjure up, yeah, that's a good one, I like that.
That second set of books?
Yeah. That's right. Under, on the last page, page 5, I'm curious about the utilities for the booster station. It's budgeted at $10,000. Does that include the wells as well?
Yeah, the budget was, done before we figured, well, I didn't do the budget, but the budget was done before the district figured on, utilities.
Yeah.
And the entry in here does not reflect the current PG&E bill. to come.
Okay, but they will. But what my question is that the utilities booster station includes the wells as well as the booster station.
Well, there's well,
And then there's a well field booster station. Yeah, well, that's a total, okay. But no, utilities booster station.
there's not a utility for the wells.
There is none, or is that $10,000 cover that? That sounds to me like it would cover the wells under a normal year. But this is not quite a normal year, so we're gonna have to revise the budget
Yes,
for that, yeah,
budget committee.
okay. And then down below the FMHA number 2 Chestnut, that's got, it's still in the budget, but that's already been paid off, so that can be eliminated from.
Well, it can, but this is showing the month, from the last year.
Uh-huh,
And so if there's a value for the last year, I'm sure there's a way to do it, but that's probably why it showed up.
oh, that's why it showed up on, okay, I got it. And of course, it's 0 this year. But but the budget still shows 24,400 for this year.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Yeah, should be 0. Okay, those are the things that I wanted to bring up, and, I appreciate the board listening to me with all this. I think that what we'll be doing in the future with this is putting together an activity report that better reflects what we're doing. And that people can look at it and go, oh, I see that, that's reasonable. Well, I hope we will, and it looks like we're moving in that direction.
I have a question. We're gonna go down the line. So, up on the first page, the $896,390 of uncollected, uncommitted, revenue. Why is that so large? And how would you explain that?
I can explain it. The revised number is the budget, and this is your year-to-date actual. That number.
Which one's actual?
This is actual, this is budget, and that's the difference between the actual and the budget.
Okay.
Generally speaking, this is budget.
Okay. Is that a typical header for that column?
You
I mean, is there a better term we could use that's less, I mean, uncollected kind of scares me.
Yeah, uncollected, uncommitted sounds like a good problem. Okay, the problem is that this is a government entity, so it has to use fund accounting. Most of your activity here is entity, it's selling water, but you can't set this up like a financial report. So I don't know if you can even change that kind of a header. Whoever's writing the report could maybe say something, why you couldn't say budget instead of revised, or
Maybe put an asterisk next to
or
it.
remaining budget instead of uncollected, uncommitted.
I suggest it could have been ignorance on the folks that wrote the headers in. And so if we have the latitude to change it to something that's more descriptive, and I think we should go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
So why is that, change it from revised to full year budget?
Do we hear a motion?
Okay, now, the other thing, there've been some questions about what's showing on report. Again, this has to be, you're running a fund-based accounting, which is basically a cash system. So you don't have depreciation, when you buy something, it doesn't get capitalized and depreciated, it's expensed when you write the money. For something big like the treatment plant, it's expensed when you move money into the account that is going to pay off the loan. So, like I said, so there aren't, that would be a big difference. The other one is if you're trying to max this stuff up, the water that we're going to be purchasing, that gets expensed in the month that you write the check. So if you try to look at this and say, well, you're making a lot of money because you're not spending anything on water and you're collecting, it doesn't work. Because, you'll have, we look good for a few months and then the bottom falls out. So, like I said, if you're aware of those differences. The other thing that happens in fund accounting, and not so much here, but you also have something called a pass-through, where it is neither a revenue nor an expense. So, like the maintenance charges that are paid out of the car fire fund are not expenses; they are a pass-through. Typically, when you invoice and you have the line items for paying back the notes, those are a pass-through. They're not a revenue for collecting the money, and it's not an expense for paying off the notes. So,
Well, how do you handle that, Dave? It doesn't show up on the activity report at all?
Okay, in this, I started doing some tracing, I haven't done finalized, but typically, what I think would happen is it would fall out, it should be a difference between the year-to-date and the revised number if it's a pass-through type account. On the revenue one, I'm not sure, but like I said, if you go to, to O&M for the water treatment, it will show that you spent the money, but the revised number, since it's a pass-through, is 0.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So, it is.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
And then you have some other things that are, like under other revenue where it puts the merchant account in, that is just the difference between the deposits and the checks you write.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were pure fund accounting, like a school district, that number should always be 0, and if it wasn't, you would go out and figure out how to make it 0. But for our purposes, that's absolutely meaningless. It's the difference between what you put in and took out of a bank account.
Yeah.
That's something you could label as a restricted account.
Well, it's,
Like
like I said, under fund accounting, that's a revenue because it hasn't gotten to the fund. But I don't know, you might be able to delete it off of here so it doesn't show, but then this report isn't gonna tie to the other, but the other reports that are used for doing, government reporting and everything else. So I think you just leave it on here and just realize that you ignore it.
Or an asterisk with explanation at the bottom of the page.
Right?
Do we have to make a motion to all this? It's just
Just a report, really.
I have a question in regards to the report.
Yes.
The item that you asked about when it came to the credit card, what was that called, Kristen?
Convenience
The
fee.
convenience fee. If I understood what Kristen was saying, that's the 3% that the customers are being charged for using a credit card, correct? That's not the $3.95 that they're being charged for paying online.
No, it's two separate.
Two separate items, so you need to understand that. So where's the 395 going versus the 3%?
You know, the merchant account.
That's a good question. I don't know where, I'm not sure if.
Good question.
I've been asking that question for 6 months now, but that's okay.
We'll find out,
Yeah. I'm actually really.
we'll find out.
I don't know why.
So that,
No, I just heard that.
what you're saying is that's not included in, that's not included in that $3,000 fee.
No. Is that?
Online, it shows that 395 flat.
So the two fees that she's referring to, that's not included in the $7,000.
I would have to clarify.
Okay.
Because,
Okay, we'll
but I
clarify.
think it's the website, is it the website that charges Exam Center? And Bella did say use the same website and they charge the same.
It might be the website that's charging it, but all those funds that are being, when you pay online, that goes into the merchant account.
You know,
But
from a clarity perspective, I personally don't like a term like merchant account. If it's the 3% convenience charge, we should just say it's the convenience charge and just be clear on what, we don't need like, you know, a big key to understand the budget. It should be very, we should use as clear a terminology as possible.
absolutely.
So that's a suggested change for me. And if it requires another line item for the $395 charge for the website, we say website charge.
Yeah,
And
okay.
so it's just, we just have a longer spreadsheet.
Okay, I'm Beverly. So a couple of things, the merchant account, there's 2 references in all of your documents that you have. One calls it a reserve, one calls it something else. It gets spent however you want. So just, and I believe one of them shows it as in an ordinance. So if you're going to change the title, you're gonna have to change your ordinance. Under the consent agenda though, your financial statement says consent and action. So you can't just say, okay, we're done, you need to decide something.
Well, I'll move acceptance of the financial report.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
If you're counting.
But I do not believe this is an item that belongs on the consent agenda. We had a discussion on it, so to go back through and say, yeah, we accepted, when we didn't accept it, we said that, you know, these are changes, these are things to look into. And at this point in time, that accepting it as submitted makes no sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I just accept it as being what it is, and I can amend my motion and say, we accept this financial report, with the amendments that we have suggested. Would that work?
Okay, well, like I said, then it's not a consent agenda item,
Yeah.
because if you do
Well,
anything, it has to come off.
but it happens to be on there.
Yeah, I know.
It was,
I mean, like, it should have been moved to an agenda item at the point in time where we started.
I thought that's what you requested.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
We put
to
it to the
Okay.
financial
consent
report
agenda, and she
in the
said yes.
future that's gonna have all the items we talked about, and more, we need to fix it as we go along.
So we don't.
We're working on it.
it's a work in progress.
Yeah.
So there's a dead motion, we're gonna wait on that? What are you doing?
That's
What are we doing?
Well, if I listen to Dave, it
You
says.
started voting, so.
You have to finish the vote.
You gotta vote it down or up, one or the other.
No,
No,
Alright, so I voted down.
Is that
because
3
we all
noes
know
and
it's
2
gonna
yeses?
be improved. And, okay.
But we all technically voted no.
Yeah, well,
Everybody did.
We didn't-
I voted yes, I think those things are gonna be worked out. In fact, fact, those are managerial things as far as I'm concerned, so.
Okay, if you look on, I gave everyone the subcommittees.
Madam Chairman?
Yeah.
I'd like to ask the board, at this point, we're getting into new business, number 5. I'd like to ask the board to move agenda item G up to the beginning, which is discussing the purchase of supplemental water to the appropriate committee. I think that requires some discussion and, yes, that's it, number 7.
Oh,
Number G.
7, I thought you
G.
said G.
Is that a different number? Yep, you got 7. I've got G.
It says 7 on most of ours, but, yeah.
Let's see.
You got the special version.
What's number 7? Did I get this?
You're better with letters than numbers. You're where we are today.
Did I get the only one with the letters?
Maybe, I'm not sure, it's right here.
You got it with 7?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd like to ask the board if we could move number 7 up to the beginning of the new business, so that we can discuss supplemental water. I think we need to discuss that and give a direction as to what we want to do with this. And I think we ought to expand the discussion to not only include the supplemental water, which is a separate situation, but also variances and how to handle the water we have with where we're going for the next 6 months.
I think you're out of order, sorry. You didn't post anything about variances on this, for an action item, or
That's
discussion.
okay. So we can't talk about variances?
It's not here on the agenda, is it?
Well, the supplemental water is a whole different concept.
Okay,
It would
well-
alleviate some of the issues around variances
Okay.
and issuing them at this.
And bring that up at the end down where it says, questions and public comments down there.
Okay, that's fine. I think we need to talk about variances.
Well,
I think
number
this
7
community wants to talk about variances.
It's not on the agenda.
We've got to figure this out. But be that as it may, I'll drop the variance part of it and just request the board to put number 7 up to the beginning so we can talk about supplemental water, how we handle supplemental water, what is supplemental water, and we've been asked to do this by one of our customers, and I think it's only fair that we do this.
You might want to wait till after your committee assignments, I would think, because
Right.
I think it's in pretty good order. We just need to get going.
Okay, all right. I tried.
No, it's in the
It's on the
agenda.
agenda, we're gonna get to it.
Let's stick to the.
Okay, stick to the agenda.
Okay, you should have in front of you the subcommittee definitions and duties. I gave everybody one, so look through your stuff.
How come it wasn't on the packets, in the packets?
Yeah, we haven't seen that.
Because I just pulled it out of my packet. What I'm gonna do is read it to you. Okay, the first one is the executive committee. It's a committee created to allow the general manager to meet, discuss projects and project potential before bringing them to the board for consideration. Bounce ideally, from any day-to-day business updates and potential problems. And, since it's the executive, I put Erwin and myself on that. The financial committee is a committee that reviews and recommends the annual O&M and capital budget, long-term financial plan, review annual audit as well as management letter responses, provides oversight and assistance in financial matters. I put Dave and Murray on that. Legislative committee monitors the state legislator, contacts government officials regarding issues affecting Clear Creek, attends special legislative meetings. Now, Erwin and I have done that in the past. I think because of COVID, they kind of canceled it because the APA always had it in March. And we would go down and see what was the latest thing
Go
going on.
visit our legislators. We can do
Right.
that, we can do that here in their office.
Yeah,
And,
and we have to.
we have done that in the past. As a matter of fact, this year, we did talk to Bruce Ross, who's the legislative assistant for, Senator Dolly.
That's what I figured.
And then at one of our meetings, a couple of our meetings, they were attended by Brenda Haynes, who's the representative for, Congressman Doug Lamont. And I intend to go visit them again.
Right, okay. So I just stuck Erwin and I on that. The personnel committee, Cedric, you and I worked together on the last one. Erwin we need a representative for Region 2. And I don't think we've ever sent anybody there, but it requires a representative from each member district or a contact person. So that's up. If anybody here thinks inspired would like to take that, let me know. We'll put it on.
Talking about JPIA and stuff,
Yeah. You're interested in that, Murray?
you had me on that one before, I've read this stuff, but I'll think about that one.
Okay.
I'll wait to see what you have me on.
Okay. The steering committee is Dave and Cedric, and that's a committee that decides on the priorities or order of business and manages the general course of operations, provide guidance on key issues such as policies and objectives, budgetary control, and decisions involving large expenditures.
Who was the steering committee?
Dave and Cedric.
Oh, okay.
And then agriculture, I put, it's a committee to aid in the promotion, keep agriculture alive in Apple Valley, promote agricultural business, active and agriculture activities, provide guidance to potential agriculture customers for compliance purposes. And I put me and Murray on that.
Nothing.
You don't want to be on that, okay, which.
I've never wanted to be on that. I had ideas at the beginning,
Yeah,
and you took that to me, and I want to be on, so I don't want to be on that one.
okay, that's okay. Does anybody want to be with me on that committee?
Do something else.
Okay,
What?
that means I can do it and get my farmers together and we can sit and talk.
Okay. Yeah, can you explain this? I don't know whether I'd be, I don't know,
What?
what is the agricultural committee? I mean, I don't understand what it really does, so.
It's basically just, to me, it's sitting down with agricultural people and talking about our problems, how we can solve them, how we can go to our legislators and representatives. There's different, well, of course you guys won't do that one. But there's different things. It's just discussion of how we can improve agriculture here in Happy Valley. And get the people involved to come and buy our product. For years, we had the farm trail, sent it out into the community, and the last time I did it, I checked with the farmers, and there was no response to it. So,
If you ran it as a single, if you were on the lead on it, it would be an official standing committee. But a standing committee puts a lot more workload on those involved, because it's a Brown Act meeting, you gotta have minutes. And so it just becomes a lot more structured. Can you get the same thing done with an ad hoc committee that you lead yourself in terms of?
well, let me ask the farmers out there. What do you think?
Because you're gonna need help from everybody, so.
Can't farm without water.
Can't farm without water.
Well, I
We
agree
all
with
know
you.
that.
I don't even have a garden with it.
We had water.
My one comment on the legislative committee, in my mind, it's not as much legislative as regulatory. For example, the State Water Board is proposing to raise fees on its September 22nd meeting. And their budget, for example, I took a quick look at it because I monitor that as part of my duties for my day job, and just out of curiosity, of course, their budget called for a 21% increase to cover their expenses. The fees are all 26% increases, which causes me pause. I mean, why is that the case? Including any districts or special agencies with more than 100 customers, including disadvantaged communities. It's my understanding that this is a disadvantaged community, and it begs the question why you're raising, I mean, a 26% increase in annual fees. Now granted, they say it's gonna taper and be less of an increase. It's gonna be an increase over the next 4 years is what they project, but it's not as dramatic as this one. And it just seems like that, for example, who's gonna show up at that meeting? Who's gonna log on to the Zoom and share the district's opinion about, and write a written response, comment letter to them saying, hey,
So would
that's
you like to
unacceptable
be on
for a
that
disadvantaged.
committee with Irwin?
I think that my services are better. Ag's gonna be based on, can we get the water, can we get it at a good price? And around the complaints and needs for around the running of an individual business for ag, I mean, in a year or so, maybe I'd be interested. Right now, I don't know that I'd be as useful in that capacity. The legislative committee, I think I'd be more helpful, although I am cognizant of the fact that I want some space between my duties representing the company I work for and this district. So I'm happy to flag stuff, write letters, but for example, on the 22nd, with the letter submitted, it would be nice if someone could log on, look all these people in the eye on their computer, and go, you know what, we're a disadvantaged community, and a 26% increase on our fees isn't acceptable. None of the wages in this community have gone up that fast, and you need to reconsider that, particularly for disadvantaged communities. And so they hear that, because I mean, I'm telling you, Sacramento gets very insulated,
Yes.
and they get, they're about just the hard black and whites of the budget. Staff has grand ideas to make everything run smoothly. Everything runs smoothly with more money. And I'm out of time.
Yeah, you said that was on the 22nd?
22nd.
22nd.
I sent the Zoom link to people with an internet connection.
Yeah,
I can't send you anything from Joanna, because
I got it late, before I got here, but I didn't look at the date.
So you're requesting,
The 22nd is next week, so.
you're requesting to assist with the legislature?
I'd assist with the legend. I think it'd be, I mean,
That's you guys' decision.
I could do it.
That's fine.
you wanna be, I mean, I don't know who I'm assisting. We could have 3 of us, we can't have 3 on that.
No.
I have 2.
I take it, doesn't bother me to step down, I'm the kind of person that,
Okay,
if that's your forte, take it.
yeah, I mean, I'll probably brew that suggestion,
I have a comment.
but I'll,
Yeah.
Okay, 22nd, huh?
for a second.
Years ago, we had a large agricultural committee out here. And it wasn't just board members, we had a lot of people that were really interested. And I know that now we have no water, so we can't do anything, but once we do get water, we're gonna have to start showing usage. The Bureau's gonna cut us back, we won't be getting that 15,300 acre feet of water again. We have a lot of people in the community that were on that water committee, and we had speakers. Remember we had Gary Matson and all those people who come out here and told us how to prune and fertilize. We had the farm advisor.
Right.
Couldn't we start doing something like that again?
Yeah, if we can get the people to come. I think the last time we had one, I think we had 3 farmers here.
We used to
And
have
it was
big
about
crowds.
how to water the proper way of
Prune your
watering.
trees,
Yeah,
yeah, fertilizers.
I mean, we had come out and have a prune their olive trees.
Because I sure don't like what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Looks to me like we're gonna lose our agriculture. If we lose that, we're not gonna be getting that 15,300 acre feet of water. They're gonna cut us back, they'll be kind of subtracting what we're getting out of those wells.
Well, just in view of the Bureau's view of when they're gonna deliver the 15,300, we have to demonstrate the need, right? So we have to use a lot of water, whether it's M&I or ag. So I think what the CAC did relative to the rates, while they went up, they favor water use. They favor water use because all of the fixed costs are put on the base rate, and that leaves the lowest possible cost for water based on whatever they're charging and treating, etc. So we have the opportunity to use water. We get into a normal year, and I would encourage us all to echo Chairman Trenery's suggestion that you're not conservative with your water use when we get into a normal water year. But it's based on, we need to use 8,000 acre feet in a year for them to, during a year, a normal year, say, you guys need 8,000 acre feet. We have to demonstrate the use, the beneficial use of it, because the state's not in a, that's the requirement of water law. You have to demonstrate that it's being used to its, well, in a drought year, the maximum beneficial use. And then with regards to how we paint the water, to use the terms of Don Bader at the Bureau of Reclamation, they don't care whether we paint the water ag or we paint the water M&I. We're gonna get allocated based on our previous use, except in a drought year, when they give us the allocation based on how much M&I we used. So, again, the rate formula allows us the opportunity to use plenty of M&I water, and if you're not just a full-blown, if your sole source of income is your agricultural operation, yes, you have to buy ag water. That's where they could come and say, well, your sole source of income at this property is agricultural water. Not that they'd ever come out and challenge it, but that would be the basis. Anything short of sole source of income, you can use from what they shared with me up at the dam, you can use M&I water. They are not gonna show up and go, you've got 4 head of cattle and you're using M&I water for ag. They are not gonna come and say that. So it behooves us, in my opinion, to, I'm pretend to be a water lawyer, but from analyzing the facts and what I've heard from the Bureau, it behooves us to use M&I water to the maximum extent we can when there's a normal water.
Well, a lot of us use our, what little bit we make on our land with our cattle and our garden, and I was selling out there at the farmer's market in Igo, doing pretty well. And I was selling 3 steers every December for $3,600. That pretty much covered my water bill, and it helped with our insurance, especially our medical insurance, which is going sky high. And so can we look at it as supplemental income instead of having to label it as making a profit?
I would like to address that, because when the Wind Act came along, I was sent down, and that was the first thing that Rick and I sat down and we went page by page, and they basically said commercial. And I looked at those guys up there and I says, okay, I have a berry farm, okay? And it's not my whole income, but I sell it. And they said, you're commercial. I said, are you sure? Because I really didn't like them the way they were changing the wording. And so they told me, and they had their lawyers there, they said, you are considered commercial. So stick to your ag water.
Well, once
Don't
we
give
start
it up.
getting water, maybe we
Yes.
can make an attempt to have a whole community ag committee and volunteers to
Yeah.
see what they can do to get ag going again out here.
Yeah, right.
But there's a distinction between qualifying for ag, and I think it's worth revisiting this. I don't.
Can we put the ag discussion down under questions and comments? now?
Sure.
But I have some comments too. But as far as the committee assignments, I would feel more comfortable on personnel versus finance. It's not that I haven't been on finance committees and treasury and stuff, but my area is somewhat managerial and HR and things like that. So I didn't know.
So instead of Cedric, would you
Would you feel more comfortable with numbers versus HR and
I
job
train
postings
with
and
you.
all that? Would you trade? Okay. I'd be,
Although I'm gonna miss out on the managers.
there's so many spelling errors, there's so many errors in their hands and stuff that sorry.
That's perfect. I'm glad it really, he got you on your head.
Murray, you were with me on personnel, and, what was it, the one you gave?
I was gonna ask if Saturday would be on finance instead of business.
Sure.
Him and the neighbor good at that.
Okay, so you and I are the finance and steering.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
For now.
Okay,
I don't want that.
all right. So can I have a motion to accept that?
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, so
Read it.
tentatively,
It's better.
the ag committee will not have an ag committee, correct? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Not as a standing
And,
committee.
and to.
We could activate
bring
it
it
ad
back.
hoc basis, like if you,
Yeah.
like a community
Later
just
on.
want to activate. it.
Okay.
I would remind you that, that the CAC that was, put together by this board, there were 3 things that the CAC was supposed to do. One was to come up with a rate schedule, which we did, and that was passed by the board and by the community. The second was to develop a capital improvement program, and the third was to promote agriculture, come up with ideas to promote agriculture in Happy Valley. That CAC now lacks 2 members, and I had intended to put that on this agenda, but we have too many things on the agenda, so I'm gonna put it on next month's agenda to appoint 2 new members to the CAC. I've already talked to, the HVCC, Beverly's, committee about this, and I think that they're aware that there needs to be 2 members. Terry Lincoln said he'd stay on, and, so the members that are on there now are myself, Cedric, Terry Lincoln, and that's it. We need 2 more.
Well, you know, I would recommend, just from a time perspective and bandwidth, I think that I won't be able to contribute to the CAC to the extent I did when I wasn't a board member and on these other various committees. If you start thinking about the responsibilities of the steering committee, for example, that could be a full-time job if you let it become one. If you read between the lines there could be some real opportunities to go to work, to better the district, you know, but
I thought the CAC was gonna dissolve after you presented the changes.
If you read the motion,
Yeah.
no, it was not to dissolve.
Yeah. I thought that's what you told me.
No, well, you read the motion, John. It says that the CHC was created for 3 reasons.
Okay.
We all voted on that.
Madam Chair, you can also put me down for JPIA, since I already have the pamphlets, I can keep up on that.
Okay.
JPIA,
It's risk management district,
thank you.
another half where.
Okay. Cause we only need 1,
Yeah.
and that would be nice. Okay, can we have a motion to accept?
Make a motion to approve the committees as you have them written down there.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Can we make one request that this be put into a newsletter on the website so the community knows who's on those committees?
Should be, in the regular,
Just, you know.
board report.
And one last thing, in consideration of how time consuming it could be, the possibility of forming ad hoc committees to help support board in various things.
Support what?
Support the board in their various standing committee assignments, if you had an ad hoc committee from the community. If you needed research done, things like that. We can't make the decisions, but we can support the committee.
Well, the standing committees are.
They're a Brown Act.
Standing committees are Brown Act committees, so they're open to the public.
Correct.
So they can come in and,
So the public can
yeah.
come into the committee meeting and talk to the committee members and, decision as to what recommendations to make to the board.
I understand your point. My thought is there's an awful lot of research potential. And if certain things were done in advance of those standing committee meetings, and the board who were overseeing that might have a leg up to make decisions instead of, well, we gotta go by the lawyer, we gotta do this first, and not delay it month after month, which has been kind of a pattern of the board. So we'd like to help expedite.
Not sure how it would work, but.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Simple request.
And that committee is lovely, because you can just workshop stuff. And then refine it so that other board members don't have to commit the same amount of time. And so we can be a little more efficient in terms of having action items that are very much resolved by the time they get to the board. So we're going through an agenda. I'd love to see an agenda where we're looking at things that are well documented, well noticed, understood by everybody, including the public, and we can get to these meetings and have votes and be done in shorter order than we're doing right now. But this is all part of getting to where we need to go, so.
Okay, can we go to number 2? This is the board of directors. They're seeking to hire the person to fill the general manager's position. Cedric and I held a meeting, we had it read to the public, and, we had some things that we changed. Wasn't major, but, we took the suggestions of the people. I don't know if you want to mention the suggestions. The one that I had suggested was that we had left out grant writing, and, someone brought that up, and it's back in,
And this,
I didn't see it on the packet on the website. Grant writing as like a plus listed.
Candidate.
It's there.
Oh, is it there? Okay.
Yeah,
I was reading the docket and
with developing
Yeah.
budget,
Grant also.
understanding grant writing and
excellent. Thank you.
So, do you want to?
That's a very full job description, that's what my thought was when I was reading it, trying to.
Right,
change it, so
and that's good.
They would not be short of things to do.
No. Okay.
Don't you think?
Did you all have a chance?
Yeah, my comments
Did you
are,
have any suggestions?
so I'd like to have, if this is approved tonight for posting, I would say approve it subject to some final edits, that would be my suggestion. Your things like on the first page, 8,000 customers, no comma there, then, 22, look at that huge thing there. Question mark.
Service connections.
Board of directors is capitalized someplace but not other place. So I only had a little bit of time to look at it, so I found quite a few areas that I just was concerned about the grammar, or I don't know how many more ands you could fit in some. I'm thinking of ways that it can be rewritten. I know government agency stuff and lawyers like using and, but it felt like a lot. And it's no offense to anybody, I just wanted to say that. And then down at the end, it says the last page, the actual salary, this is under compensation package, agreed upon by the successful candidate will depend on his or her breadth of experience. I think you meant breadth, like breadth of experience instead of breadth. So there's just little grammar things like that. If I was a manager applying for this, I would be like, oh, they don't know how to spell, they don't know. I'm just.
Well, that'd be a perfect opportunity, you can take us for the bank.
So now, since I'm on that committee, I'm willing to look over it again before it's posted, that's okay, if.
But can we pass
Yeah,
with the corrections?
Yeah, I think there needs to be some edits,
And
and we need to
also, we
repost
have
it.
2 restaurants,
Yeah.
not one.
Will this be open to public comment?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So other than little edits like that were bothersome to me, I think it's very comprehensive, and I think that it covers, as much as what I've heard from the public, it covers a lot of the territory that's been expressed. I'd be interested if there's something we missed during comment time, if there's something that's been missed in there, please bring it up.
Okay,
Okay.
did you guys want to talk anymore?
Not me,
I'd just like to say thank you to Director Miller for stepping in on the personnel committee. And also adding in my last one.
I'll take it.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I read through that today, and a few things came to my mind, so these are suggestions. I appreciate that the,
Did you come to our meeting that night?
no, I didn't know about it. It was buried somewhere, and I didn't find it, so I missed it, otherwise I would have been there. Okay, so I appreciate the grant writing experience of Plus. I think you need to, which is a standard practice, put a cap on the vacation hours that they can't accrue, and not let it be open-ended, like it so far is, because you will set yourself up for when they retire, or they move on, having a huge payout. Just a standard thing would be somewhere in the range of 240 to 260, which would be 6 to 6.5 weeks vacation they could accrue in a use it or lose it situation.
Well, cap on vacation days.
Yeah, on earned vacation.
That would be in the policies, that would not be in the job description.
The general manager is gonna be able to negotiate that, his.
Right, and you guys
So
need to
that
have,
would be fine tuned in the.
right, and I think you should be aware of that, and that should be one of the points to protect the district long-term. Next, anybody hired, you're gonna vet the individual, obviously, but people make mistakes. So I'd like to see a 90-day probationary period where you review what they're doing and whether they actually are what they claim to be with their resume and whatnot, okay? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
90-day probationary period. In other words, if they can't do the job in the first 90 days, they aren't what they represented themselves to be.
The
You're able to.
manager works at the pleasure of the board.
Correct.
So we can review them whenever we want.
Okay.
To the-
But
to
there
the
are
greatest
labor
extent.
laws involved in there for termination and whatnot. And it's usually a good thing to have that probationary period. Am I correct? Your HR experience.
Have 90 days, but.
It makes it a little
The
easier.
board reviews in 90 days.
Okay, the board reviewed the, work, of the individual
90-day
manager for a
evaluation.
90-day period.
They
or
did
something
that with
like
Bill
that.
Supa.
Okay?
And the annual reviews as well.
Wait,
Oh, yeah,
Scott
annual
says-
reviews are obvious, because you're gonna base other things on that. Now,
What Scott says is true, because they serve at your pleasure, but you watch this, try and get rid of them with the law, and that is very difficult. So, to have that in there, you're only protecting yourself.
It wasn't difficult for our
Thanks.
board back then. They just
Okay.
did it.
The
We do-
laws are different now, it's terrible to get rid
It's
of
based on
something.
performance evaluations, and if you can show through the performance evaluations a deficiency, then it's fire at will.
next item that came to me was, the salary range seems a little high. Simply a suggestion, 75 to 95,000 a year, based on the fact that we need a well-qualified manager, not a highly qualified manager. We're a small district, we have limited resources, limited funds, and if we're gonna try to take care of the community, we need to be looking for a qualified person, but not one who's a tier 5 and has all the certificates. We've run for years without. Did Skip have any state or federal certifications? I understand he did not.
He did it one time.
Okay, at one time they let him slide.
He let him expire,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So my point is we don't need somebody who can run, Santa Clara County Municipal Water District or whatnot, but one who will be more small community minded. And I think, especially considering where we are financially, obviously any candidate who applies sees this 80 to 120, well, they're gonna wanna get as close to 120 as they can, aren't they? I don't blame them. If I was applying, I would want to also. So I think my suggestion, a more reasonable initial salary. The only other thing would be to make sure that, and it probably is already taken care of, but that managers coming in cannot accrue massive amounts of sick leave and then be paid out if they leave. Sick leave should not be an earned benefit, which holiday pay is in California.
That's stuff that can be ironed out during.
Yeah.
the
So that should not be in
The
there.
rate of 6.5 days per calendar year with a cap accumulation of 60 days.
Which is fine, but it should not be paid out upon,
Maybe it shouldn't be added to retirement.
exactly, it should not be part of retirement,
Yeah.
okay?
What?
Most companies use it or lose it. You leave a company, you accrue all kinds of sick or whatnot, which is a good idea because workers' comp doesn't come, kick in for 6 weeks, so you need to cover at least that much for an employee. But to pay out sick leave, which is not an earned benefit in California labor laws, like vacation is, I think is a mistake. Now, is there something under PERS that requires it? I don't know, Bill.
Yeah, under PERS, we're allowed to roll, if we retire, we're allowed to roll over our sick time into our retirement in the form of credit.
Okay, but is that through PERS, or is that gonna be something negotiated with the union?
No, that's through PERS,
Okay,
and I don't know if you can tell somebody coming in, you can't do this.
well, that's why I'm bringing up his suggestions.
It should be, all that should be worked out during the negotiation process.
Okay,
With the
so
board.
then we should be capping at no more than 6 weeks. Because that's the, sort of the minimum you need to go on to workers' comp. And then you're minimizing the hit the district could potentially take at the back end. And those are the items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the salary range is something that could be discussed tonight as far as a posting. The others appear to be MOU issues, at least to me, or negotiation issues, if I'm correct. But, your salary range of 80 to 120,000, is that the state? Because I know I look on some of the websites, they have these different steps for different positions. Is this kind of the steps, start at 80, go up to 120,000, is that what happens there?
No, I put that in there.
Okay.
I'm responsible for that, knowing full well that that's gonna be a discussion item.
Why not just put depends on experience and, depends on experience?
Or you can just open it up, or as Scott suggested, 75 to 95.
But in California, maybe it's just me, but my understanding is that every position that's out there, in a way, it has some governance in it, because it depends on your ERI and your area, your cost of living, different things, and then there's certain steps for each position. Isn't there certain steps for this type of position in the state?
This is all negotiable.
All negotiable salary.
I think it is, yeah.
It's not like clerk 1, clerk 2, where they have a
Yeah.
scales.
We're calling them admin assistant instead of.
Right.
Then why don't we just put depends on experience there?
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
I like that, based on experience.
you put 80 to 120, that means you're
Minimum.
guaranteed
Yeah,
80.
you're forcing yourself into that.
Well, also, you're eliminating some people that even apply for it. So by experience, you might get some people that are worth more.
How many people in the district employees make more than 80,000? So you're not gonna have a general manager come in, make 75,000, and you've got 2 or 3 other people that are making more.
That's a good point.
We may not like it, but you're not gonna do that.
I only looked at a couple water district, salary ranges, and you guys have looked at all kinds of districts comparing our salaries to theirs, so are you guys, I'd be interested in the public, because you guys have done a lot of research as well as I have on certain things, not necessarily in this area. Have you read of managers of water districts getting paid this range, or is it lower for certain types of districts, like irrigation? I know some of you guys.
It depends on the area also.
Yeah.
Anderson, a larger district, he's in that 70,000 range. Do we need a general manager? Quite frankly, for us, I know some smaller districts like us have someone with an engineering background and then working on certifications and whatnot. And they can start at 65, 70. I'm not saying that's what you should do, this is just kind of what's out there. I haven't seen anybody in size-wise like us, or, you know, comfortable, who's over 90, 95, unless they've been at a lot of longevity in that position because of your code.
Our member Ed Moran was the one that did all that research, so he's not here tonight.
And I believe he said there was one general manager out of like Manteca area that covered about 30,000 customer, and he only made 80.
What's their bill?
So,
I think he's making 115, 110 or 115.
Right.
Bella Vista is about 160.
60?
160, 165, Bella Vista. Old Shasta is making 85 or 90,000. Mountain Gate's probably around 100,000.
And what's the longevity on those managers? Because they've been getting those COLAs over the years. So if they've been in a position for 20 years, they could easily have started off at 75 and gotten to that 90 to 110 or more.
Yeah, I know it's negotiated. Whatever their increases are, negotiated.
That's correct. So, and I just want the board to be aware of that.
I'm comfortable.
Because the general manager should be able to make decisions though too.
Could you say your name so we have you on record?
Joe Fitzpatrick.
What was your question?
I said the general manager, if he's in the office, should be able to make a decision to satisfy a customer at the same time before I have to come to the board.
For most things.
Well, that's how we got something.
Yeah. That's true.
That's how you got in trouble, but that's how I.
Well, we need to get this out there, so what's the board's intention here?
I like the idea of having it based on, experience.
I would just take that sentence out, the salary range, take that sentence out, and then just leave the other sentence right after it. That's my suggestion.
I like that
That's
as long as
experience. There you go.
you mean you're gonna take out the 80 to 120 completely?
Yep,
Have it depending on experience.
yep, the actual salary agreed upon by the successful candidate will depend on his or her breadth of experience and education.
We might hire just based on that.
So we'll get one of these, right?
Hey, yeah, I've got extra
I
minutes.
think a better word than breadth.
So tell me when you're gonna post this position. That's what I wanna hear.
We can always amend it to show a high, a reasonable rate if we don't get any strikes initially, right? We can always, if you're worried about not getting anyone applying, Beverly.
No, I'm afraid you're gonna get all kinds of experienced people applying, and they sit down and waste your time by telling you they want $160,000.
That's true.
That's my concern.
But it's actually resolved by
You're saying
asking
we
them
should
to
have
submit
a
with
limit.
a, resume, a proposed salary range for themselves.
Yes,
And you can discount
expected
someone who's
pay
at
grade.
120, 140 yourselves and narrow it down.
I think it needs to be in there somehow. But that's up to you guys. I just wanna know, when are you gonna post it? Come on!
There we go.
Go for it.
As soon as they pass it, I will post it tomorrow. And Bill probably doesn't know.
All right, well, if you guys wanna leave it in there, I mean, I don't know.
Not the salary.
I got no dog in that fight for that.
So what we've just talked about here and some of the changes that we've been, suggested, we're going to move this on to who? To the personnel committee, or it's already been there?
We've already
My
done
letters
that.
from Director
Post
Miller.
it. Post it.
You've gotta make some corrections.
Post it?
Yeah.
Make your corrections.
Make
And
the
post it.
correction, yeah.
What corrections are you gonna make? You're gonna make- I hear somebody saying, that the salary range should be, we want to be on, and so I said, it should be 75 to 95. Which is it?
Well, we decided to just.
The alternative is not supposed to be anything, we just say 70 and 120, and let their credentials, have them signal that we're not going over that.
Yeah.
75.
You're not going to do a range in there. Is that what you're saying?
We're debating that.
Oh, yeah.
I think, you should put something in there so that somebody will know, like Beverly says, if you get a whole bunch of these resumes, you're gonna spend a bunch of time going over the resumes, maybe pick out some good resumes, and then sit down with the person, and the person says, well, how much is this, gonna pay? And you say, well, 75,000, the guy goes, see you later, you just spent a bunch of time.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about spending the time, that's cheap,
Okay.
if I'm doing the math.
Most people would do will do a phone interview over with a resume, and during the phone interview, you ask that question, and you can whittle down your candidates to something that's manageable.
Okay.
But I think Beverly's comment is succinct and it's appropriate, because then the committee that's in charge of that person else, then they're looking at someone coming on there and saying, well, I'm worth 150, or 160, and that's.
Then you want to apply to a larger district.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'm Russell D. Moore. Look, we don't wanna put a salary in there so high that everybody's got a job now. Says, I might be able to get $20,000 more. What can you afford? You can't afford nothing right now. So you need to put the lower salary. And another thing, you don't want a guy that's 65 years old coming in here because he's got all kinds of experience, so he's gonna get $150,000. That's ridiculous. You want somebody that's gonna be here for year after year and grow with the company. You guys are starting over, you gotta grow with the company, not somebody that's over your head. You just can't go that route. It's just not gonna work. We need somebody now, by the way. We need to have that thing posted right away, and we need to keep the salaries low. You can always go up, but you can come down. And you don't need all these guys that want $150,000. And the first thing that's gonna happen is somebody's gonna see, hey, that's the job I do over here. Oh yeah, hey, they're offering big money. I gotta call them. Of course, we don't need that kind of person. We need somebody that knows what they're doing.
So he's saying 60 to 80.
Well, you know what? If you post it for 30 days or whatever you think you're gonna do, and post it too low, guess what? You can up it. But if you post it high, you got nowhere to go. Because when I call you up and say, hey, says right here $150,000, and I got all the experience you ever saw in your life.
Well, first of all, we're not gonna put $150,000.
Well, I understand, but you need to put something, you need to start something that you know is reasonable.
Go to the
Start something,
compensation.
what you can afford. You can't afford to put what you want.
Right.
I realize that.
I know that, Russell.
Well, I know that you might have some people that are up.
Okay, can I make a suggestion, please?
Shut up.
Could
I second that.
As long as we don't start yelling again.
She needs to carry him.
Okay, now you made me forget what I was gonna say. No,
Wait, there's a question in the back.
okay, if you go to the compensation policy, then it says the salary range offered is, could we say, like he suggests, instead of saying the range, the salary, no, forget the range. The salary is starting at 75,000 according to ability, or something.
Qualification.
Yeah,
Qualifications.
according to, thank you, very good. According to qualifications, we could start at 75,000. If you think that's too low, then say
It's not too
80,000.
low.
But don't give a top number.
I know, I would say we wouldn't put anything, we're gonna put a low number down, and just, you're gonna gauge the applicant based on their qualifications, and you're gonna
You know,
take,
they're
whether or
gonna
not you
ask
lowball them,
them.
and still get them to take the job.
Yeah.
And you're gonna just play it out,
I-
from there, if that's your goal.
But when they apply, they can put expected salary range on their
What are you looking
application.
for?
They can put it.
Oh, they're only gonna put
What are you
that if
looking
you put
for?
it on their.
That's the question.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's what typical, after you've done an initial vetting of,
Candidates.
applications, you're gonna take them all in, you're gonna vet them, the best you're gonna invite for a telephone interview, those that qualify beyond that will get the second interview, and then at that point, you're gonna ask that question.
Right.
You're gonna know a lot about them without
Many
ever
months
bringing
you
up
wanna
cash.
take doing this?
What,
They'll
I'm
be asking
curious.
that question.
Whatever it takes to get a quality person that
Okay.
can grow with the company.
Yeah. Okay. Do people call and say, well, what are you gonna, what's this job? What are you paying?
Just say submit a resume, and we'll assess whether or not you get an interview.
Along with.
We don't-
The guy wants his job, he wants his job.
It's not a negotiation on a phone call. I mean,
Well,
there's
here's-
lots of job postings that don't have any salaries posted.
That's why I'm saying so. If you don't state a starting salary or a range, that's the first question you're gonna get asked by somebody. You know, here I am, I'm a civil engineer, and I see this, and I go, hey, this may be something for me, but I don't know what the salary is. So I call the district, and I ask the district, I'm thinking about putting a resume in.
Well,
What's the starting salary here? What are we talking about?
does that sound like an employee,
No, they fill out applications, they go.
sort of a, I mean, so what you're suggesting though is, as a board, we're gonna know what our top salary is right now, tonight. Well, that's what we're suggesting, if we put a top number down, we're essentially kind of saying that we potentially could be paying that much.
I'm not saying put a top salary in.
So why put a bottom salary?
Because you might say, you know.
So who cares?
We have a starting salary, and somebody calls, and it says, what salary are you offering here? It doesn't say in your prospectus. Then somebody could say, well, we expect a starting salary of $75,000, but of course, the actual salary is gonna be negotiable, based upon your experience. Go ahead and put a resume in.
In reality, if somebody's looking at that job application and they're like, well, what's the salary? They can just go on the public information, look what Skip was making last year. And they can find out what the district was.
Yeah, but that isn't gonna be the salary, is it?
No, but it gives them an idea.
Dave, have you got any suggestions?
I would not, but I would just, go back to stating that we are.
Wait, folks, hold on a minute.
Just a minute. I haven't heard from Dave.
Okay, I would not put a salary range in there. I said that in Silicon Valley, electronics and whatever, that is completely standard. You never put a salary range in. I say it's,
Okay,
negotiable or whatever.
okay.
If they've had experience, they'll let you know when they left a job, what they were making when they left also.
That's a good comeback to the question.
Yes.
You know, if they call and say, well, what are you offering for the salary, you can ask them, what were you making on your last job?
No.
Wait a minute, we're not gonna have staff fielding calls suggesting salary ranges
No.
to random callers. They're gonna be, if someone calls and asks about that, they would say, based on the announcement, it's based on your experience, if you're interested in the job, submit a resume, and the board will vet you, or the person on the committee will vet you.
I go for that.
You're hiring somebody to answer the phones before the people calling?
Yeah, no,
That's what you're gonna have to do.
Well, some people will call.
I did this for 30 years.
You should write down exactly what the.
We just have a
somebody
workshop.
would say.
Yeah, so it's a good workshop. I'm sorry.
You should write down what you want a person to say where it answers your phone when somebody asks you about
There you
it.
go.
So it's the same thing
Yeah.
every time somebody calls.
Right.
Bill.
It'd be good for Kristen to read.
Just read right off of the posting, whatever gets posted.
It's not uncommon to see a manager position or a supervisor position, it's negotiable, it's not under some sort of MOU to say the actual salary agreed upon based off experience or salaries negotiable. It's not uncommon to see that, especially for management.
Yeah.
Especially within the water industry, it's not uncommon.
So I make a motion that we approve this job posting, subject to final edits, like grammatical, comma, things like that. And with that one change, the salary range offered is from 80 to 120,000, and that be omitted.
Okay.
Make sure our clerk got it.
Yeah. Vote. Do you have alternate language?
You wanna get rid of the word?
My motion is that the job posting be approved, as you see it, with some final edits. With that one sentence, the salary range offered is from $80,000 to $120,000 annually, that be struck or omitted. That's my motion. If you don't like it, you can just not.
I second that.
Okay. How do you,
Aye.
There was a comment back here before.
let's get it out.
I have one comment. Can we put on there an opening date and an ending date for the position, or closing date? Please apply by. Doesn't that need to be on there?
We can just say open until filled.
I don't
Yeah, you
mind
could
that.
say open till filled. There's
What if we
no
don't
reason.
get somebody by the close
Then we'll do
date?
it.
Then you
Then
refly
we'll
it.
do it again.
I'm sure it'll be on the agenda. If we don't fill it.
Well, how long is a good time for this to be out there?
As long as it takes.
30,
45 days max.
I'd say 30 days.
Yeah,
30?
Yeah.
no more than 45.
What, you want less than that, Dave?
Yeah,
Or-
I think that's cutting it too short.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
you know, if you say that the posting goes away in 30 days, then you're gonna have to start this whole thing all over.
Yeah.
Depending on where it's flagged,
Yeah.
like where it's posted, 30 days could be enough, but
Well,
depending on
60
where it's at, you might have to go
I
longer.
wouldn't.
If we post,
Yeah,
if we post
open
this
till
to, if we post this to a water or wastewater, website, like wastewater.com or water.wastewater.com,
Okay.
the $200 posting fee is for 30 days.
It's 30 days?
30 days. Most websites are 30 days.
What about Indeed?
Yeah, we can adjust Indeed.
You don't want 60 days, because what's 60 days from now, November? By the time you get the applications done and reviewed, now you're in December, then you're not even gonna interview until January, and the guy's not, or gal, isn't even coming until February.
Start of the new water year.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go boom, bada bing, and get this person hired.
What's wrong with,
Wouldn't let it be.
Who doesn't like that?
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm throwing it out there, what's wrong with, taking our time?
Because it's dragging our feet like we have been as a district.
what?
It's dragging our feet like we have been as a district.
Because we want
Yeah, but, by the same token, we may be getting more people, good people to apply.
I'll be an advocate for Bill. He's exhausted. He
Yeah.
wants to spend time with his
Well,
family.
I think that is the main thing
Yeah.
that we
I
have to
think
consider,
we need to,
is,
we need to hire.
the ability to build,
So
stay,
30 days.
stay on top of this.
Yeah.
We could do it on a 30-day, just keep going 30 days.
Yeah, every 30
We
days.
Yeah.
can start with one meeting a month.
Because
Yeah.
we're not gonna hire
That
someone,
would work.
we're not just gonna hire someone for the sake of hiring.
You don't wanna-
Right.
No, indeed not.
So it's with the understanding,
So 30 days?
is that what we're hearing?
I don't think that's
30
enough.
days with a continuation from there if we need
I
to.
don't think that's enough.
If you don't have enough applicants, you just redo it.
Rolling 30 days until filled.
It's until filled, it's basically, 30 days, if it's done, we're done, if it's another 30 days, we
30 days or until filled. Is that,
Bill, is that the only, website you put it on? There's other websites, huh?
Yeah, there's a BC Water Jobs, waterwastewater.com,
Well, you can put it on,
Indeed, Aqua, those are the only ones that we, oh yeah, Aqua.
What are they,
special district website.
what are these people charge?
They'll do it, they'll do it themselves.
Well,
For each post?
let's move along.
Yeah, okay, I don't understand why you would think that is necessary, because if someone is looking for a job and see something that fits, they're gonna say, well, I'll just sit on my resume for 2 months before I send it in, they're gonna send it in.
Yeah.
So putting a limitation date on it, I'm not sure that accomplishes anything except creating some havoc and having it repost.
Can we close the post for an open until filled? Can we close that at our discretion then? Oh, well, then let's do that.
I don't think so.
If we don't have to wait the 30 days out to close the application period,
So I'll get the minor edits done for you by tomorrow.
we should just have it open-ended and close it at our discretion.
Yeah, when you hire someone. Okay, so we just did that, we all voted.
All right, let's go to.
Part of the agenda item was appoint a selection committee. I guess we could do that at a later date.
Yes.
Or maybe that's just gonna be the personnel committee. Okay, perfect.
And that's gonna be a Brown Act though.
Yeah.
But,
Now.
It can be done in closed session, introduced.
Yeah.
but you guys know that legally, there's only certain questions that can be asked.
That's
You get the open
correct.
public to
That's
start bombarding them with all kinds of questions that have nothing to do with the job, then.
Prior to that, they
For
could, the
ourselves.
personnel committee meet with select members of the committee and work out the questions and whatnot.
There are legal questions, I have a list of legal questions.
Right. But there's
But like supplemental,
supplemental questions to get a better feel for the person and whatnot.
that would be beneficial towards the community.
Well, you're gonna get people sending in resumes, they're gonna have to be screened.
Right, not
So
just
the
your credit
personnel
check.
committee
but-
in the Brown Act of meeting could screen those.
I'm gonna check with legal counsel
Now,
on
the
step
2
two.
to 3
Yeah.
or
I
whatever.
got them
Yeah.
one for this entity before.
Yes.
So I could say for like me as a state employee, when I've done interviews, there are ones that are legal parameter ones that they have to ask you. But then there are others that are job criteria ones that they
Based on
can
a job
ask.
description.
Yeah, being like, so what kind of experience do you have in like X kind of deal?
Sure. Give an example of,
Of
You can
something
paint
you've done and
scenarios, how
handled.
you handle it.
how did you handle this? Or that kind of-
Yeah, so those kind of like supplemental questions.
Those are the things I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Maybe when we post that, posting for the Brown Act regulated meeting, we would also,
put in a notation for like discussion of supplemental questions.
we'll figure that out with legal
Yeah.
counsel before we have that meeting.
Okay.
Whatever they say.
Well, all right.
Can we turn the cooler down a little bit?
Yes, it's
Please.
awfully cold right now.
Anybody know how to do that? Thank you.
Okay, the Fairfield Community Service Ordinance 2021-07, volunteer personnel, workers' compensation insurance. Did you by any chance get this on your Facebook? Get a chance to read it?
Or
Okay,
would that see for you?
yeah. Did you guys have any questions?
I don't have any questions with that, there's some, on this ordinance, there's some changes that have to be made.
Okay, such as.
Okay, I will go down to the 4th paragraph where it says, now therefore be it resolved, as be it ordained, if this is gonna be an ordinance, so it has to be ordained. And, down at the bottom, it says the aforementioned ordinance was passed by the board of directors on the 15th day of September, that's today. So that would have to change.
Yeah, the previous date. Good edits.
That's it.
That's it? And you read everything else?
Mhm.
The source, which is the JPIA.
Yeah, so why can't it say now therefore it be resolved? Why does it have to be ordained?
No, it has to be ordained, because it's an ordinance. Let me explain that.
Very short.
There's two different ways of doing things. You can do it by ordinance, or you can do it by resolution. If you look up under the definition of ordinance, an ordinance is generally a law. So, a city council, will pass a law that you can't spit on the sidewalk. That's an ordinance. The city council can also do a resolution that says, we resolve that we are going to, do something in the next 90 days, whatever. In this, at this water district, we've always used ordinances instead of resolutions. They're interchangeable, really. And that was one of the questions I had when I first came on board. What are you using ordinances for when you can do resolutions? Same thing, you know? It's been that way. So, what I'm saying is that if it's an ordinance, then it has to be ordained. If it's a resolution, then it has to be resolved. See? That's
I guess just being consistent.
the proper terminology.
Okay, we accept that. From day one, you had resolutions.
Yeah, the other one's a resolution, we can do that. Or we can change it to an ordinance, doesn't matter.
It did get changed somewhere along the line.
Well, it's been an ordinance.
Yeah, but we've done ordinances here for years.
Okay,
Well,
okay,
if with those,
Any comments?
change corrections,
yeah, I know, I just wanted to see if anybody had any questions.
Seems pretty standard to me.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, now we'll open it up to the public. Yes, who raised their hand?
Anything on that?
Are you going to
We
allow
good?
volunteers?
Yes, that's what
If
we're
we vote
doing.
this, yeah.
That's the whole process. The
Yeah,
only thing I would ask is that you make the public aware that the waiver is available online right now, but it's only as part and addendum to the board packet.
yeah.
So maybe that can be moved out onto the homepage,
Yeah,
so it's easier to locate if
After
people
we
choose to
vote on it.
fill it out.
Kind of an internal thing, yeah.
And how are you going to determine?
That would be up to him.
yeah. Bill's, sorry, Bill.
You're fine.
I got a question for Bill. So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
so my name's Charles. The students at Shasta College that need to start working their grade 1, grade 2
Right.
hours, can you use them in the office for time?
Yeah, the students at Shasta College that are going through the certification courses are different because, they go through the worksite learning program.
And they have
They have their own workers' comp through the college. So we actually work them out in the field or at the plant or in the office.
So you can use them in the office to
Yep.
help to help. Okay, wherever you need the help. Okay, all right.
They wouldn't have to sign this waiver.
No, it's separate.
It's separate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, let them know. Thank you.
Bring in 20 of them.
The instructor that does the water treatment courses and the wastewater courses is well aware that Clear Creek accepts worksite learning students at almost any time.
Okay, we'll hear a motion.
Make a motion that we approve this with those edits that resolved, the change to ordained, that says 15th day of September.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Do you have to approve the volunteer waiver, or that's just an internal?
Well, that was, I thought that was part of the,
It wasn't.
Managerial.
Okay.
Like if you have a volunteer service agreement, it's internal.
okay, let's see here.
One last question. So, can community members help read, when we have all this meter reading issues with the certain meters that you can't drive by?
Mm-hmm.
Can we go out and help take pictures of the meter and read in
Right.
on those days on these hard to read meters?
Are we talking about volunteers or just?
Volunteers.
Yeah.
To this thing. On a busy day,
Yeah, if there's a volunteer that wants to tag along with somebody, I don't see a reason why. Unless they're.
Well, I'd be concerned that they slow them down.
Are we yeah, I mean, the whole idea behind the whole volunteer thing, whether it's in the office or even the worksite learners, we don't want to be hindered or slowed down. But
but
I don't.
it might be like a whole street that they can just take pictures and write something down.
Oh, yeah, we'll see.
right now on Facebook, as soon as they see anybody around their property, they get pretty upset. If you're not in a company vehicle,
Yeah. To speed things up, has the board considered maybe billing every other month, so you read only half the meters each month?
We
And
can
then
bring
it
that
would
up.
be a bill for 2 months?
I don't want to.
Some districts do that.
No.
I'm just a suggestion.
I know.
Can we move on?
I'm just telling you, okay?
Let's do number 4.
Wouldn't work for me. Okay, when act update agreement regarding joint representation, discussion or action.
Okay.
All right, did you guys read all this?
Yep,
Read
every bit of it.
Me too. And I marked a lot.
All 15 pages of it. Oh, well,
There was 26
yeah, that's,
plus.
that as well as that.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the 15 pages of
Oh, for the,
the-
yeah, that and the 26, okay.
yeah.
County Brown versus docket.
Okay.
Board package.
Did you have any questions or ideas after reading it?
Well, just to clarify,
Okay.
this goes back a few months, actually back to last year, I believe, when we were discussing this item about signing on to the WIN Act. There's 2 things that we have to do. One is we have to pay off the $830,000 approximately dollars that is the restoration fee that we racked up over the past however many years since 1967. The second thing is we need to, and this is what we're doing today, make a decision on whether we want to be a part of the lawsuit. As you all probably know, we signed the WIN Act to make our contract in perpetuity. That's a good thing. That gives us 15,300 acre feet of water in a good year, in perpetuity. Then, after that was done, the environmental groups sued the federal government, sued the Bureau of Reclamation, and sued us and all 200 other water purveyors like us. And Downey Brand has represented us up till now. And the lawsuit is before the courts right now. Last year, we got a estimate from Downey Brand. They are representing, I think, 13 or 14 or 15 different
Yes.
agencies. We got a breakout of the possible amount of money that it would cost us to join in the lawsuit. And as I recall, it was about $8,000 for the first year, and to bring it to conclusion, if there is a conclusion, within 2 years, would be around $23,000, if I'm not mistaken. That's what we'd be on the hook for, and that's what.
In addition to the 8,000?
No, 8,000 for first year. If it happened to end in a year, they were saying that they didn't think it would end in a year, that it would carry over to 2 years, and that it would cost totally to us about $23,000. That's an estimate. If we prevail in court at the end of that 2-year period, there is nothing to say that the environmental groups won't appeal this and take it all the way to the Supreme Court. And if we sign on to this, we're along for the ride. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but what I'm saying is we have to make a decision now as to whether we want to sign on for this portion of it. If we sign on to it, then we have some say in how the case is carried through. If we don't sign on, we're still on the suit. and whatever happens at the end of 2 years, or the end of 4 years, or the end of 6 years, or the end of 10 years, when it gets to the Supreme Court, we will be on the hook for it.
We'd be opting not to defend ourselves
That's-
against a lawsuit brought against us.
That's right.
And the findings of the decision relative to the legal proceedings, we would be subject to?
Yeah.
Or would we be subject to, we would still be unresolved and they would sue us as well?
No, we would, whatever the court decides in the final analysis, but let's just say it's 10 years and it goes to the Supreme Court, and we haven't participated in it, whatever the Supreme Court says, you will, and this has to do with the environmental impact statement. The federal government, when the Congress of the United States decided to authorize the WIN Act, they didn't go through a environmental assessment or an environmental impact report. The environmental groups are saying you have to do that. And we being part of the lawsuit, if at the end of this lawsuit, the Supreme Court says, yes, Bureau of Reclamation, yes, federal government, you have to do an environmental impact statement or report, we will have to participate in paying for it.
So what's the worst thing that happen, that they'll set up a mitigation where we have to set up some basins, the sustainability, to put water back into the, because the law's based right now for any water district, if they're pumping water out of the ground, they want sustainability. So they're talking about when they're, like people in the Colorado River Basin and stuff, all the way down, when they pump water out of Phoenix or Western Phoenix, they have to have basins for every water that they pump out, they gotta put down, so that's called sustainability. So the worst thing that can happen to us is we'll have to mitigate and set up a basin or something like that for the mitigation. So it's not like they'll fine us, when it comes to environmental, there's mitigation you have to do to resolve your issue. So we'll have to set up like water basins somewhere that recharges our groundwater.
How do you do that?
You were named in a lawsuit. You either defend yourself or you don't. You can opt out of Downey Ground. I thought we already crossed this bridge with them representing us and all of that. And now we're basically changing our interim manager name on there, because on page 6 it still says Airborne.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that's what ordinance 2021-10 was. You know, you're not gonna get out of it, you're already named in a way.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so the board can pass this ordinance, which then, we've got paperwork there, which then Phil signs and we sign, and we agree to participate in the lawsuit.
But what's the worst case scenario?
No, this is different. This is different.
How much money or how much can we be put on the hook for?
As I said, last year, Downey Brand, this group here.
Not for the defense.
Not for what?
For the judgment. What's the worst case scenario with the judgment?
We don't know that. No, nobody knows that until it goes before a judge and the judge makes a decision. The Downey Brand people who are representing us, or have represented us up until now, and if we continue with them, the Downey Brand people are going to the court and saying, you gotta throw this out of court, Judge, because the Congress of the United States didn't have to do an environmental assessment in order to pass this legislation. The environmental people who are suing are saying, yes, they did. So the judge, at the end of this, will make a decision, either yes, they have to make an AIR, or no, they don't have to. We don't know what the judge is gonna do.
Well,
we have to wait and find out.
What about the 800,000 then?
That's a different thing altogether. We still owe that money.
Bill, they're asking us to basically resolution 2021-10 for.
No, that's for the next agenda item.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we can-
So, because,
Where do you think that this is the first?
a judgment has been entered, in favor of the plaintiff, which is Center for Biological Diversity, that was on August 17th. The hearing is set for August 19th or October 19th, and we need to make a decision, the board needs to make a decision, are we signing with the Downey brand to be represented as a group?
Right.
Yeah.
Or are we not?
We're just not gonna defend ourselves.
Yeah,
Being
or we don't defend ourselves.
So, that's,
If we don't defend ourselves, we're still in the lawsuit. I have to make that clear. We are in the lawsuit. We are being sued. This district is being sued.
So if you stay in the lawsuit, or you have to pay that $8,000 every year until it's resolved?
Yeah, I guess.
So if it lasts 10 years?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's one of those things, you know how the courts work. You wait until you get a decision, and then somebody appeals, or usually people appeal. And these groups, I know, I'm pretty darn sure that these environmental groups, if they get a decision against them, they'll appeal it.
So if, worst case scenario, if they find in favor of the plaintiffs, what does that mean? Do you have to do environmental impact?
Yeah.
the Bureau.
The Bureau.
The Bureau.
Bureau would, but we would have to pay for part of it.
Okay.
Because-
In what kind of?
Yeah.
It's the Bureau's,
No,
it's the
we're.
Bureau's environmental,
Yeah,
it's the Bureau's, we're defending the Bureau's decision not to do NEPA. If they have to do NEPA, the Bureau has to do NEPA.
And they'll charge us for it.
in our rates eventually, of course.
Maybe,
Well,
maybe not.
Well, yeah, well, that's,
I mean, that's a good question to ask, the Bureau. I don't know if they even know. I don't think they do either. This is the beginning of a process. These are things you have to consider. We never thought, and the people who came up with the WIN Act, the Congress of the United States, they never thought that this would happen.
What is the advantage to signing up?
I beg your pardon?
What is the advantage to signing up with the attorney?
With the attorney?
Yeah.
The advantage is that we have a say in how the lawsuit is prosecuted, or how it's defended, if you
And
will.
we're in a pool with other,
We're in a pool,
Reasonable for us. to-
we would be in
So
a
what's the
pool.
disadvantage of not signing?
we would probably have to go to a separate lawyer, and we would
Right.
be in a pool, we could split the cost.
It would cost more.
Now, we're one of the districts who signed the, WIN Act contract with the Bureau, and that puts us in that category of being sued, correct?
Yes.
So it's not a mistake, it's just fact that because the district signed that contract for the letter of perpetuity,
That's right.
we're now a defendant in this action.
In that, yeah, we are a defendant in that lawsuit.
Right. Bottom line is, we're not gonna save any money, we're still gonna owe the $800,000+.
Oh, the $800,000.
That's got
Yeah, exactly. And worst case scenario is you're gonna end up with an environmental impact report and a biological assessment, which that's pretty much all the environmentalists want done anyway.
That's what they want.
Yeah, which they're saying this is what should have been done at the beginning.
I guess this is in my view of it. I think the end result of what the environmental community wants to do is they want to void all of these contracts.
That's right, say that.
Quite possibly, the only aspect I see that might be a benefit to us is if they can get reclamation to change some of their policies or procedures that supposedly protect endangered species like these pulse flows that aren't they're not protecting, they're actually wiping out the, breeding grounds and killing the fish.
Well, I think they're gonna want more water going down the creek.
Well,
Have you seen the river? You guys,
Yeah.
you guys see?
we're making a
I
fruit salad
can't
of this
believe how much
conversation.
water is going down.
part of that's
Yeah.
electrical generation.
Well, since we've already begun with Downey Brand, I make a motion, we continue with Downey Brand as our representative.
I second that.
Okay?
Yeah, all those in favor? Aye.
I'm sorry, who's second?
Aye.
I think
Wait,
we.
I'm second. Oh, I thought.
Yeah, no, we don't want to vote on it.
No.
But I wanted to lay out what it was we're doing.
Thanks for that.
Because I don't want it to come back some other time, somebody coming in here saying, what's going on with this?
Yeah.
We want to let you know what's happening.
Okay, we're number 5 now. Let's see, this is.
Bill, maybe we could have Downey Grant come in here from time to time and give us a report instead of us having to sit here and feel all these things. I don't have a clue about, I mean, I've read this, but I mean,
Yeah.
they know.
It takes a lot of reading.
It's not a bad idea.
It was,
That's probably a pretty
are
good
they
idea.
gonna charge us?
Oh, yeah.
I would not have them show up here, I would
No,
ask for
they-
their cliff notes that they're
You read
giving,
their whole thing and
the
they
briefings
talk
that
about.
they're giving all the
We
clients.
talked about them calling into this meeting, but they're gonna charge us.
No,
That's right.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sure they're providing cliff notes to Westlands, or just take
Tens
those.
of hours.
Yeah. Westland's involved.
However, you know what I mean, they're getting briefed, and probably doing it, I'm sure they're doing it in writing.
Well, it says that, it says it's in the contract, that whatever they share with one, they share with all.
There we go.
That's right, that's part of the deal.
Okay, ordinance, let's see, there's something to do in here.
Well, it's not an ordinance, it's a resolution, but
We're
that's
on
okay.
5. Ordinance 2021, distribution system improvement projector authorization.
That's ordinance 10.
It's actually a resolution,
Well,
same thing.
So these templates came straight out of, the Division of Financial Assistance,
Right.
one of the general package. And then one of them said on their ordinance/resolution, and we changed the ordinance. And,
Where, the one I got says resolution.
It's a resolution/ordinance.
no, the new ones, the ones in front of you. There's new ones.
There's new ones.
Oh, here? Oh, here we are, okay. Ordinance, okay, good for you.
Slash resolution.
Yeah, the one I had still says resolution.
Okay.
But you got the same situation here. Now, you gotta make all of the whereas and wherefores, not resolved, but ordained.
Okay, so we can't change the format or the wording, because this is from the state.
Well, then put it back as a
Then
resolution.
we'll change it to resolution number.
Yeah, it's okay, it's the same thing.
Semantics.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
Okay, the reason for these resolutions
Be it resolved.
But they're the same.
Be it resolved.
is because the distribution system improvement project is rolling again.
Good.
We need to resubmit the general package and I believe the financial package.
Okay.
Skip is still the signer,
Yeah.
and these came straight from the state. And basically it just makes me be the administrator,
Okay,
for the project.
okay, good. Get rolling on this.
I'm gonna ask a stupid question.
Love to hear.
All right, one stupid question.
So if your ordinance is 2021-10.
It's a resolution.
Excuse me, if an ordinance says 2021-10 or 2021-11, if your resolution says 2021-10, shouldn't it really be resolution 2021-01? Just because, do we have any other resolutions this year?
That's just
That's-
semantics.
Not a stupid question.
Maybe she can get her numbering straight.
She's got you.
And I'm not sure why we're jumping between ordinance and resolution.
Yes.
Well, the only reason why, according to him now, is I understand it, because he got it off the website and that's the way they want it.
Oh,
But they did say ordinance/resolution, didn't they?
Yes.
slash.
Resolution/.
So it could be either, see? That's the thing, it can be
It just
either
looks
or.
I was told that they could be used interchangeably.
Okay, so change it to ordinance, but if you do, then down here, you gotta put, be it further ordained.
We're changing it to, we're just,
Leaving.
we're just gonna change it to resolution, we're gonna leave the wording the same. And we can call it 2021-01, or we can call it
Sounds good.
31. It's just gonna go, it's gonna be filed in the book for
Nobody's gonna look
2021.
at it.
Be careful what you don't.
I like the idea of start with one if it's our first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. Resolution also.
How does that work with posting?
Thank you.
Your agenda
Are
says.
we lost in the weeds?
This project's already being delayed because of the rate study, because of the absence of a general manager. Part of it we're starting over on. So these need to pass.
Yes, please.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, we left it as resolution/ordinance, the way it was printed and put on this first one was put on my packet. That covers what you have in your agenda here. You see what I'm saying? Like you say, we're gonna approve this ordinance here, and then over here it's, the word resolution that is the same to me. I mean,
Yes.
to me it is. But,
We're not gonna get sued on this one, are we?
Well, you never know.
Oh, come on, guys.
do we have
It
any?
can be called
Well, can I
resolution.
make a motion that we approve resolution number 2021-01?
But it wasn't on the agenda like that.
It wasn't on the agenda.
So can it just be resolution number? We'll keep it straight in the ordinance book. Okay. Ordinance/resolution book, excuse me.
That's what it said in the.
We're gonna call this 2021-10 and 11, correct? Yes. Lesson learned.
Yeah.
Don't
So
change
you're
it.
combining our two into one.
They're two
No.
separate.
They're two separate.
That's what I thought.
Okay, so, can I hear a motion?
Oh,
I
that's-
did, I made a motion to
Okay,
approve.
who seconded?
I'm trying to be helpful.
I'll second it.
Well, before you approve it, how much money is this project? What's the dollar amount of this project?
I think it's around $6 million, isn't it?
It's $5 million. Currently it's 90% grant, 10% loan. There's potential to be 100% grant, and we're not done adding things to it.
Yeah.
So the price tag could go up and 100% grant.
Well, what are you voting for right now for the cost?
We're not.
It's not, it's just,
To
Moving
apply.
forward.
We're authorizing
It's
Bill to continue the process forward so we can take
For the grant
advantage of this
process.
window that we have
For
to
the-
secure $6 million in state money. And I'd say, aye.
Well, you need a second and then.
I second it.
You second.
Oh, okay, Dave said.
Dave seconded.
Aye.
Aye.
So we approve both ordinances at the same time? Is that what it is?
This is all.
No, just the one.
Number 10 we approve. All right.
Okay.
We already did number 10.
Yeah, now we go to 11.
Oh, 11, yeah. Oh.
What's the money of 11? What's the cost of 11?
Now, did you make this a, resolution ordinance? Okay, there you go. So that takes care of that. And this is easy, because there's no resolves or ordains and.
Resolve that.
Who would this grant be through?
it's, State Water Resources Control Board, it's Prop 1 money.
DWR?
Correct, DWR.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions?
No.
I'm all for it.
Okay. Any questions from the?
So if we get preliminary, what's the quickest they'll be out there with shovels and contractors?
18 months to 2 years now.
2 years from today. From today's, okay.
Make a motion, we approve resolution
Sign ordinance.
2021-11.
I'll second.
Okay, did you say ordinance?
I'll say resolution.
But that's,
It's called a resolution ordinance.
oh, okay, good, we covered our bases, okay. And who seconded?
I did.
Oh, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Okay, now we're down to supplemental water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. That's what you asked for. This is your ball.
Okay,
What's that?
You asked for this to move up, this is yours. You wanted this one moved up, number 7.
Oh, yeah.
number 7, yeah, okay. This is only for discussion.
Yeah, we have to make some kind of a decision as to the direction to go in. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to talk about this, because this came to our attention, through Scott McVeigh. And looking at the situation, it has merit, it really does. It's a good, it looks like a good program. And, I think you, Scott, talked to, David Coxey over at the El Vista Water District, who has been doing this.
Yeah, I've talked to a few, but he was one of the main ones, very
Yeah.
helpful.
Okay, and I talked to him also, and got
You should know that in your packet, you have the first draft, and I submitted a second draft with some minor changes. So be careful that you recognize that I took out the word agriculture and any
No, I
member
got
of
the
the
first
community.
one.
Yeah, you want to, it was in the board packet listed that,
I've got the
and
first
I
one.
printed out the second version that I submitted to you guys a few weeks ago.
Yeah, okay.
So, just make sure that you understand that you're dealing with the right draft version.
You mean under D, any agricultural water users?
Yes, that agriculture's been removed and stated,
Just any water user?
Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
any water user who is a landowner within the district. That's an important aspect.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I had an opportunity to talk to David Coxey also, and he sent me a policy of how he does it there.
Right.
And I guess you had that too.
Yeah, I made some changes to fit us, along with some other information. You should know that you only got one page of the supplemental water program. There was a small, additional information in the second page. No, actually, it's just, very short, because there's a 2-page application also, and in the package, you can get this little bit of second page.
I gotta go on.
But we can deal with that in the committee, and
Is it on the website?
this is, yeah, it was not on the website.
Oh, but it did come in our packet.
Oh, did it, the second
Yes.
page of the program, not just the application?
Yeah, whatever,
I believe it was. I got the wrong one though, but anyway.
I took a look at the board packet, it was only the one page.
Anyway, I guess I'm gonna start this off by saying, in my opinion, this is a good thing, because it allows for someone, that's doing farming to buy supplemental water. And here's where I'm gonna say it, when you have supplemental water. Right now, we don't have supplemental water. We have the water we have for everybody. And the reason I was gonna bring up the idea of the variances is because the only way we can get more water to people who do have agriculture than the 29 HCF is through a variance program. But we can do the supplemental next year.
If there's a drought. This is
If
designed
there's a drought,
strictly for
yeah.
drought years.
Yeah, because you can set up for that before you get into next year,
Exactly.
water year, yeah.
That's why I brought it to the board now, so we can work out the details and have it in place by December 31st.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Because then we can find out how much supplemental water we get. Gotta go out in the market and get it.
Correct.
right,
Okay.
okay. But sometimes the Bureau doesn't let us know past, I'm talking past,
I understand.
okay? That, in fact, I think one year they were gonna have a drought, and then they decided, no, we're not having a drought. So, what I'm saying to the customer is be aware that once you apply for it, you have to take it.
You have to pay for it.
Yeah,
Yes, that is
you
correct.
have to pay for it, okay?
So what if we buy supplemental water at the time and it's not take or pay, right? Like we're doing now, one of them is not take or pay, right?
Right, that's in the,
You said it's unusual,
yeah.
but
The only water around here that's where you have to pay for it, whether you use it or not, is McCumber water.
Correct.
I'm just saying that if you found an entity that was not take or pay, then we'd have a little more wiggle room when it came to the next drought, so I'm saying. There wouldn't be much of a risk when it comes to going forward and buying that water. There was hesitancy back in February because of things, and I think if we found a contract that's not take or pay, we need to jump on it, so something like this can take place if we're serious about this.
The reason that, I've flip-flopped back and forth on this program a little bit, because the rate proposal was put together for, particularly the drought rate was put together to allow the district to speculate on water on drought years and make it available to all customers. I am happy to hear that the ag piece was struck from the supplemental water language, because if we're gonna go down this program needs to be available to everyone. We can't have different classes of customer, right, getting different sorts of benefits. So that's a good change. I presume, I think as long as we keep allow everyone to take a crack at signing up, I think we'll stay out of legal problems, but that's gonna be contingent on how well we notice this to all the customers. For example, in a drought year, if the district had the money, we could speculate on water. If we had the money. The problem is going in, particularly in the next year, and that's the real advantage of this supplemental issue, is that we don't have the money. So when McConnell Water goes on sale in January or February, they want their money up front, so we'd have to write a big check. None of this wait until January 30th of next year. So we are, how we solve next year's problem may be a little different than, in my view, than we might in the future when we have our financial footing back underneath us, because, but again, or maybe not, or maybe this is the approach, and it'll be fun to test drive it, I guess. I think that the program needs to get workshopped. So,
Another question for you.
anyways.
I wasn't here at the meeting, I was sick last time. So the $1.21 that was passed for the drought usage rate, that's taking into account our water purchase agreements, right? And kind of worst case scenario with the wells and all of that, that's that, right?
Correct.
It's a water budget that includes the potential for
Water purchases, well
various
usage.
use and water use.
So if we get to,
Water use is 29.
if we get to the point where we're starting to have a surplus of, because, we're in September, there might possibly be some rain coming, if things keep going that way and people's water usage goes down, and now all of a sudden, the dear lady here was talking about needing only 27 units of water extra. I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about Mr. Moore as well. I'm sorry for yelling. I hardly ever do that. The only time I ever usually yell is when there's a bear coming at my kids in the woods or something. So,
How often does this happen?
Along those lines,
Go
though,
out there.
Mr. Moore was completely out of line where he was.
No. I should never respond that way. So I was just thinking of Mr. Moore and our other comment. If your customers go under, and I know I looked at the report over here, percentage-wise, how much they're using versus the whole general base. But still, they're big users, and I'm trying to think of a way that we can going back to the same broken record, I'm sorry. Since they're gonna be paying this drought usage rate, how can we relieve some of that pressure on them?
Various.
Yes, but we have to have that water, right? That's what kind of where we're at with this.
You're saying.
But they're already gonna start paying this drought usage rate. Then why are we doing penalties and stuff if they're paying a drought usage rate?
Because
To me, it looks like a double penalty. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
The drought usage rate is just covering the cost of the water.
Yeah, but
The
if they're
penalty is keeping
keeping it under.
is saying, okay, we only have 700 acre feet to work with for the whole year, or whatever it's gonna be. That's what the penalty.
But if this rate was built on the 700 plus the other, and it's for the whole rest of the water year, and they don't use that much the rest of the water year because everything's going down, I just don't understand how we can defer those penalties.
Thank you.
I understand what you're coming
Thank you.
You're looking at it from a money perspective, I'm looking at it.
One of the other things that should be put into the equation is the fact that you used most of that 700
Yeah, I
acre
understand.
feet of water at the current ag rate or M&I rates and not the adjusted one for the drought. So you've already taken on a $260,000 debt.
Which our new rates
And you
will
haven't-
handle over time, but it takes us a while to
Right,
figure
it's
out.
gonna take time, so you're gonna be looking for a loan to cover that because you've got
Yeah, I know.
January 31st or something, where you have to make the payment. So that was my concern. Yes, the
Has
advantage,
anyone checked to see how much water has been consumed last year between October and February? Did anyone check? I remember John asked you that.
Yeah,
How many?
They have that number.
Oh, do you have the number?
Well,
not with that.
not here.
when we were reviewing water budgets, yeah, we looked into it.
Okay, and so if you have 700 acre feet, was it over 700 acre
Yes.
feet?
In
Between
an unrestricted-
October and February?
Yeah, October last year, I
We have
think,
wells.
off the top of my head, was
Right.
300 or 400 acre feet of last year.
But that could have been.
But we were a dry
I've
winter.
had Novembers where I only used 4 or 5.
I was gonna say.
And last November, last year, I had like 120 from a break. You know, so if you're not out, you can't be used to just thinking like, I only use 5 and I'm not turning my water on. You gotta go out and be visually looking at your meter
Yeah,
to find these leaks.
yeah, I'm all for getting the customers the water.
I mean,
It's
we're
up
the
to
one
board
paying
how much
your-
of the loss
everyone's
or however we
bills.
wanna handle that.
Okay,
They're forgetting about that.
one of the things
We dropped the
on the, fines and penalties, there's supposed to be a procedure to, appeal that. I think that's where you can get a lot of relief to the ag group, is through the appeal, so, yeah, we'll drop the fine or reduce the fine or.
Based on-
Variance is not usage, I'm talking about, the penalty, the fine.
Oh, I see, yeah. And there is a way to do that. I think we need to.
Yeah, like I
look at
said,
that.
well, like I said, we have the procedure set up, I don't know that we've, I don't even know if that requires an action of the board to come up with a decision on how to handle those appeals. Eventually, it was.
What do we have?
It's denied by bill.
Okay.
Or do we have anything?
We have an ordinance, the drought ordinance makes a provision for the fees.
Yeah.
But if they don't like the manager's decision or the group's decision,
Right.
there's an appeal process.
Have you had appeals?
No, I've had lots of people talking about it, not an official appeal.
Well, I'm one that come in and talked about a variance, and like Bill said, if you don't have the water, we can't issue you a variance. And I understand that, but I'm here in 700 acre feet, and I'm an ag user, when you have 50 goats, and it's 3 digits, and you put your hand in the water, and it's extremely hot, you have to put cold water in there. And so, I'm trying to right now, it really saddens me because we are making some strong decisions as a family out here, and we've been out here for years. The Matheson Christmas Tree Farm, and I wanted to put in a big pumpkin patch. I thought that would be an awesome thing to go within the Christmas trees. Well, I think we're not gonna do that, because I'm not seeing that you guys are willing to help us out either. So, I'm here as a representative for my family, trying to decide what we're gonna do. But, I mean, we come in and we say we need a variance, and like Bill said, we can't give any variances, so I'm not gonna waste my time filling out that piece of paper when you can't give anybody a variance. But
I agree with you, I think we need to have.
I
way of
am
doing
out there
variances.
washing my clothes in Anderson, taking a shower in Anderson, doing all that in a different town, so my animals can drink water. You know, this is not right. That we gotta do something.
Yeah, we need to be able to take the water we have now, and those folks, like myself, who cut back, who doesn't use the 29 HCF, whatever I don't use ought to go to somebody else that needs it.
Right.
And there has to be some variance set up that can allow that to happen, and I don't see that happening.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Well, you guys allow that with your vacation time with the workers, giving each other stuff, why can't you do that with the water?
Yeah,
We tried that, we asked for it.
I had 9 extra acre feet, or, yeah,
Units.
100 feet, 900 acre feet I could have given to somebody.
So Sandy, when you get, at this point here, you've kind of cut down like most other people, right? I'm just wondering, are we almost to the point where, because I know my water use has gone down this month because of the coolness and other factors, right? Maybe others as well.
Right.
I'm just wondering,
2 days after you guys
Yeah,
got my
we got
meter
October
to
weather around the
main
corner.
road.
yeah.
You see who's gonna know that.
Well, what you're saying is the variances are out, no matter what.
I don't
One
want to.
example is I use 76
I didn't get to.
cubic foot, or whatever, 76 units.
29.
29.
I used 76, I got the letter that it was gonna be 29, and you charged me $50.
Right.
Last month I cut down to 36, you charged me $50. I think that's extortion. And this month, since I didn't get a variance, I'm gonna be at 31, and it's gonna cost me $50 more.
See, I'd like to donate 2 of my 14 I didn't use to him, so he's at 29.
I'll give him
Yeah.
9.
Next month, I'm only gonna use 8, I'll have 50 to donate.
Yeah, it's not working out very well.
No, it's not.
In my opinion.
No.
I mean, there's gotta be some way of handling
In
it.
a normal year, I
Hopefully we're getting
needed
into the
8
cooler
acre
period of
feet of
time.
water.
Water usage will be going down maybe.
I mean,
yeah,
is
so,
our overuse detrimental at this point where, like, everybody is down to where they can go and it continues and then it drops some?
We run on.
I'm looking at the rest of the water year here, and then others are gonna drop
Yeah,
even
we got
more.
700.
so this is what happened in August. We used 34 units of surface water, 34 and a half.
Acre feet.
Of acre feet of surface. We used, and using the cheap water from the city running, transferred through Bella Vista at 406. We used 174 acre feet for 216 total acre feet, which isn't we were thinking that, when we didn't have any water, we thought the goal was to get under 180, so that, you know, all this savings that people are making, there's gonna be an excess of water available. People are using 4, 5, 10 units, and there's gonna be this excess. Well, that never manifested itself. But from a dollars and cents perspective, just so you all know what that is, we lost $84,000 on that water in July. We lost $45,700 in August.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
The water that we're selling at a loss.
Oh,
There's
got it.
ag
Well, you
customers
got
that are paying
70,000
16 cents.
in
Plus an ag surcharge,
So,
taking it to 38 to 40.
Depending upon your area.
And the domestic isn't covering it either, at 71 cents.
No.
So what we end up with is fairly large deficits. So September, if you forecast 175 acre feet of well production and, 93 surface water, depending on how, maybe it's only 34 again. We're gonna look at another $50,000 of losses.
Except you'll have raised the rates already.
The rates
121.
won't be in effect this month, though.
Yeah, they started with
They
goes to
They
May
started
3rd.
Starting on the 14th, right?
yes.
Yes,
They first meeting day.
Yeah.
The new rate structure starts today, but the $1.21 doesn't go into effect until,
next
Until
month.
the 8th
it
of,
won't.
Right.
Effective date's
October
14.
So you're at 93 now.
Yes.
93 now,
Right.
So
And
that's.
after
doing
the
it-
next
do it by
meeting,
hand.
it goes to 121.
which is still a loss.
A small one, but yeah, you mitigated some of it.
Some, yeah,
Or
but
about
still,
half a month.
still a
Yeah,
loss. 93 is still a
20
loss.
28 cents a unit loss.
And the 500 acre feet needs to be sold at 133, or you'll continue with a loss.
And we're
At
moving
the
into that
462,
now.
38. If you
What
want
I
to sell that at
understand-
133, you're gonna
Well,
lose
we're gonna be
money.
talking about that. a little
But
bit.
there's a buffer in there
Yeah, I know, because it's a blended with the well, and as much well water as can be produced through the rest of the water, you mitigate that.
But I thought our maximum well was 180, wasn't it correct?
Well,
That was our maximum well, I think is in the 190s. That's if we never had a shutdown or anything.
Yeah.
And then we
Power
budgeted for
outages.
180. And then we had a lot of shutdowns.
So you're at
we still had
200 and-
174.
We're at 208, if next month we go down to 180, 190,
Well, I was thinking that the water use would go up.
why would it go?
no, it would go down drastically.
It's getting.
Everything over there.
It knows.
Folks have access to a variance process.
We're
I
gonna
think
get
you
on
see
more water, it's
people
gonna go up.
No,
hungry for, well, I don't know. I know at least 2 people in the audience that would use more water this month.
well, if we're not getting penalized, but you can't do anything on 29.
Exactly, so
And so.
the drought
Might as well
ordinance,
drill
the
a well.
penalty table has to be in place, so everybody doesn't go hog wild, because there is some water available, but not, we can't just go to a straight drought rate and just see what happens. That would be, we could really be in a pickle if that was the case. I would recommend not doing that, because we were at the point where we were gonna run out of, well, we had run out of.
You
surface
redo the
water.
drought rate, you redo the drought rate.
It's not, I don't think it's a drought rate issue. I think it's a water use issue, because if you schedule 43 acre feet of variance water on top of the current water use behavior, we would end up with, I've calculated 115 acre feet of grease that is left at the end of the year. I don't know how much, in terms of, come February, what would be, that's a conservative approach, we get some breaks, I just think that we have to protect our contract to a certain degree. I just don't see, and maybe, I mean, we could turn it loose and we could rescind it, turn it loose at the drought rate,
No, I'm asking.
and see if it goes hog wild and we're gonna run into trouble, and we could reimpose it. And create some whiplash out there for folks, but. I mean,
No,
that's-
I'm asking you to keep the penalties in place, but consider a whole water year for the customer instead of just the summer. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Right.
So if they,
Say that again, Maureen?
if they overuse in the summer, yeah, there's $1,000 whatever penalty sitting there. But then you look at their whole year and you start seeing it go down, down, down to 10 units. And 10 units and 8 units, and you're down in February, and it's really, hopefully raining a little bit. And everything's cold and not necessarily even needing some water. And you look at their whole water year, and you just, and you don't like the idea, I know, but.
I don't understand the accounting of it.
Basically, what he's going with, I kinda get your idea, is you take your 29 units, multiply it by the 12 months, you see what they use for the bottom ends of the cold months, and they're only using like 5-10 units, but they're using the higher units. You're still balancing that they're still within their limit for the year. look at it as an annual
Not
usage
their
versus
penalties
monthly.
down, you know, like, let's say they have a month where they use hardly anything, but in the summer they have to use 100, and then they have 3 months.
So you distribute the.
It'd be a nightmare logistically probably for the office, I think, sorry.
One
I
thing
just
the
wanna
board
make sure
needs
we
to
can
understand is
Every-
what historic usage is. November, December, January, February, you're gonna find that the average customer, unless they have a lot of animals, is gonna be using 4 or 5 units only.
So you see that this customer's water use goes down dramatically by December.
But if you get a, you know, if you got
Okay,
a
so-
break in that winter time,
So
you're using
October,
80 or 90.
it's over 1,000.
But look at where he's at now. Look where he's at.
Look what I've
Or,
done.
or 800 in
Well,
November.
why don't I
mean,
just
that's
adjust
the
the
same.
penalties?
I'm in a dry in December, okay, now you're only.
No,
300.
don't look at the big, look at the big picture.
Look at.
So you see where he was,
He blows
No.
water on his own.
you see where he was at, you see where he is now in August.
Adjust
July and August are the huge months.
Cover the cost of water.
Now he's probably gonna sit down there, aren't you?
But it's not, so that's
Still.
And then it's gonna go down because it's, by the time we get to December,
They're not
there's,
reprogramming
And
it.
he has a lot of animals, and he'll drink less in the
I thought if we have wells, if you're worried about running out of water, we have the wells.
That's factored into the calculation, and there's getting that. The 700, that's covering stuff that we did in May and June.
and this
That's
customer
covering
here,
stuff that we already,
Wait a minute, that was the 350 we had before.
and this customer has 2 meters, he uses only 6 on one, why can't he use the 29 on the other one?
Yeah.
That-
He should have, well, he should have 58 total units. Okay, between the two, he should have 58 units.
And if he has the money to buy the acre feet up front, let him buy the acre feet up front.
We had 425 in June of Bureau water, which
You
we
really
moved
got back.
and used 77 of the 700. And then we used 357 of the 700. And then now we use 34 of the 700.
Based on power outages.
Oh, yeah.
No, we didn't have a drought, we didn't have a drought penalty ordinance and people were just using water.
You had big breaks too.
Everyone
You
that
had
had
high water
water.
breaks.
Yeah. You guys got the breaks.
They're usually showing you pictures of what they're betting and everything. These people are.
We can look at all the customer
I
accounts.
understand that,
I
man.
know, but.
You know,
Go ahead, I went from
You guys
210
should look at historic
to
usage.
42, now I'm at 32, and I had a break.
It's less than a third.
All these people are trying to have a meeting with us and you're just up here in our.
But anyway, that's okay. I know what it is.
Well, you're being great.
We understand.
Well, you don't understand, that's what I'm here to show you.
I do understand.
November, December,
Well, I live in this house, I see it.
Let's move along.
Come on. And those will cover that.
Actually, we got off kilter a little bit here. We're supposed to be talking about a supplemental water program, aren't we?
I know, and I don't know how this.
It's a discussion.
Yeah, and we got time to talk about that, this other stuff here when we get down to, operations and administration, but what I would like to, to see if we can do this. And I would like to see if we can form some kind of a committee, and I don't know whether it's one of our committees that would do it, or some kind of committee to take a look at this and study, a workshop, to study this, so that we can implement it next year.
Finance committee. It's your finance committee, I think.
It's personnel all over it.
Yeah.
I hear an ad hoc ag.
Yeah, I think
That's
that's
not
ag
ag.
all over.
It's not my job description.
I know, but
The ag is
the
gonna be
ag is
one.
the ones that are gonna be.
It's open to everybody though.
Well, anyways, I think you
Yeah,
ought
I
to,
understand
I
that.
think you ought to form some kind of a committee to do that.
Well, you're gonna put on another agenda, so,
Yeah.
but you already have a committee, you could,
This is,
yeah, they just take it up, you don't have to vote.
Any of the committees, so we can discuss this at the next board meeting.
oh my God, that's gonna be another October.
Yeah.
I know, but we can't do anything with this,
We could
this is
have a-
for discussion only.
That's true, but we can,
How about if the ad hoc
we
committee
can
direct, work out all the details, and submit it for discussion and
I
action.
know.
look at doing something
But
like.
this here is for next year, and this is what we were supposed to be talking about.
So-
And everybody's got off onto this year.
Yeah, no, let's.
So
We're talking about
what
next
I'm saying is,
So what
this,
was-
we
we can go next month, and
Oh,
in the
I'd
meantime,
like it in place by
let
December
people think
31.
about it. If you read it.
Yes.
Okay, let's put it on the agenda for next month.
Next
So the
month.
cheapest water purchase is McConnell Foundation at the beginning of the year, right?
Madam Chair, do we?
Not to October.
I guess,
McConnell was the cheapest way to buy water.
hold on, do we have to vote to refer this to a committee, or can a committee take it up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
take it up.
take it up.
I think
It doesn't have to be.
I think an ad hoc committee, what I would like to do,
I'd
Madam
like
Chair,
to see the.
is I would like to take the draft from Mr. McVeigh. I'd like to be able to work on it outside of a Brown Act committee, because I'd like to just word
Yeah.
process it. I'd like to circulate it to the public without violating any Brown Acts. I'd like to just beat the hell out of it with ideas and figuring out the best possible thing to then have it go to either the board or the finance committee, and then to the board, but so that we hash out all these conversations about our personal operations at a workshop instead of at a board meeting, because these board meetings shouldn't be workshops. They should be places where we have
The answer.
ideas that are crystallized, clear, everybody understands them, and we're making
Right.
clear decisions on stuff we understand, and not just, this sort of
Submit it to
wild
the CAC or.
discussion that doesn't get us anything to show for it after 4 hours of meeting time.
That would mean board meetings don't want to last an hour then.
Well, you'd be spending all your time in those other, those standing committees and ad hoc committees, so that people are heard, ideas are fired out, but this isn't the way to handle it.
Well, maybe the finance committee can also look at the idea of a water year for each vessel.
I wonder if.
Wow, you need to get on that committee, my friend.
Hey, if it's an ad hoc, any member of the board can be on.
That's an ad hoc, you can just rotate in as long as it's just one
Yeah.
person.
It's not serial.
Reading the
I
meters.
wonder if there could be some discussion at the HVCC about this,
Exactly.
and recommendations made through them to the board.
Well, that's what I would certainly share any of my drafts with HVCC and others.
Yeah, we got a good workshop just up the road.
Yeah, we'll be there tomorrow night, 6 o'clock,
I would.
We can make things happen from now and
I
then.
had a question for you.
Everyone is invited.
Excuse
Hey,
me.
You know, I'm having trouble hearing you. Could you come up and talk?
Wait a minute, I'm trying to talk. Alright, so, on the Brown Act, like I said, if you put work on that document, and if I just look at it and proof it and put in those changes, that's not a Brown Act meeting, is it?
No,
No.
That's information.
well, it's a workshop.
If it's just the two of us, it's a workshop.
Oh, well, if you include me or other members of the committee.
I know, but what
It's a
my
workshop.
specific question was if just the two members on the committee are simply exchanging information and.
If it's, standing committee
Right.
or
Right.
finances, and then
As
it's
long as this board didn't appoint you to do it. You can do it on your own.
That's right.
Wait a minute.
As long as you're not members of that specific committee, where you're calling a meeting.
You and me can get on the phone and talk about it all day long. Come up with-
Wait a minute.
I think you're only allowed to have one board member on an ad hoc.
No, well, it's not a committee that we would appoint.
Or,
Hey, you guys,
They're fine.
I wanna say something. The supplemental. This, you've got to understand, water is available, like, from, who are those guys?
McConnell.
Yeah, McConnell.
City of Reading.
Okay.
Just the transfer.
This gives you the right, that's what we're discussing, but you have to pay for it, okay? Yourself. And you have to decide, if the Bureau says you can have all the water you want, you're still obligated to pay this. And that's what I want you to understand, okay? So it's like a dice roll, and it doesn't work, okay? Look for, how many people did we go to before we found the city ready? They were generous enough.
we didn't find them, the Bureau reclamation.
Okay,
That was the first one I thought was like-
Okay, so,
So I've got something here.
yes,
Okay, you guys started searching for water in July and August, making purchases at the end of August, whatever. Your water board, or you had the opportunity at the water year in February to buy water. You
right,
allowed your general manager to say, we've been snake bit before buying McConnell water. It might rain, we don't need it. But the situation is how you guys searched out the water. If we had excess water, we could have sold it downriver to somebody anyway. So every year that there's a farmer's almanac that says that this is a drought year, you guys should be buying water every year, so we're not in this situation right now.
Our droughts are always at least 3
That's
years.
why we need to look at buying the supplemental
They
water
are.
for next year.
We never have a 1-year drought.
So I have a question.
We got some water. February, we got one McConnell water.
They would have been cheaper.
I have a question. If you, with the supplemental, if you decide to buy X acre feet,
yes,
and it's a great water year,
yeah.
would that money that you paid for your X acre feet just technically roll into your bill and pay for your water usage until you use the amount? Or is it just going into an account for future purchase? I mean, where would that?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's why
why
this needs to be worked out in a workshop.
Yeah, we
Good
need to
question.
get
Hold
together
that.
and sit down and talk about it.
Yeah, because that doesn't show up in the initial thing. Needs to be worked out. But can be worked out.
Most of the details are there. There are a few small things
Yeah.
that we need to discuss.
And that's why I
Take
say,
into consideration. One of the things we
do a
discussed last
workshop,
time.
HDCC, good place to start that discussion. 2 board members can talk on the phone, and it doesn't violate the Brown Act. It would violate the Brown Act if this board appointed 2 specific people to talk about it. Then it would violate the Brown Act, unless it was open to the public.
What about if you have 2 members of a standing committee on the phone talking?
Yes.
Well, as long as it's not a standing committee, agenda item.
Well, it's gonna be.
You're recruiting yourself, Murray.
Yeah.
You would influence the agenda before you.
Well,
Yes, you
I
would.
was here.
I was like, if finance committee is meeting over the phone.
You're
talking,
circumventing the standing committee.
then
Yes.
They're basically the standing committee.
Show me in the Brown Act where it says you can't do that. Show me in the Brown Act where it says you
I
can't.
mean, like, what if you're talking and you're just saying, hey, can we bring this up on the agenda for our meeting?
Yeah, what I'm concerned with, Erwin, is that if anybody up here, so let's say it's Cedric and Dave, and they're on the finance standing committee, so are you circumventing having a Brown Act standing committee meeting with all the hoopla by them just meeting in secret, or whatever you wanna call
A
it?
phone call.
Phone call, in secret, okay, and they're making all these decisions, and then we're not part of it. So,
Well, they're not making
We're
any
not making a
decisions.
decision, what we would be doing is saying, okay, what information do we want to put on this report? You know, you spelled the name wrong, and the report would come to the board.
Right.
And then
The
doing
board ultimately has to make a
except putting
decision.
together a report.
That's ju- yeah,
I see what you're saying.
right, that's just my concern, just
Yeah,
be careful.
and I understand that.
Yeah,
What
that's,
I'm saying is that it doesn't, if you read the Brown Act, it doesn't violate the Brown Act.
so when you go and pull up the Brown Act, you can find all these law people that have done their evaluation, and this one that's done their thing, and you get 25 different interpretations.
That is true.
Well, read the Brown Act.
I have.
We have multiple times.
And show me on the Brown Act where it says that.
Well,
I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm just saying.
the lawyer told us to shy away from it because it's a standing committee.
Yep.
Okay, I will ask.
Exception, the Brown Act does not apply to a subcommittee that is made up of less than a majority of directors. It's an advisory committee and is not a standing committee.
No.
So it would not be a standing committee.
That's right.
Less than the majority.
But you're a standing committee. So you need to call me.
For the financial.
They could discuss some
So that means
details.
you and I have to work on the supplemental water.
Personnel, you're on.
But on and discuss agenda items and what they fact found and whatnot, and then call a standing committee meeting in the Brown Act.
Well, yeah.
Because you gotta develop an agenda for the meeting.
You can do that, and then you're not making decisions as a committee anyway.
Right.
You're discussing items, you're making recommendations to this board, and then we'll.
Ad hoc, supports or.
Call another member of
research.
Yeah.
Yeah, just from observation, you know, we spend a lot of time doing things here, you know, like let's change the spelling on this, that really shouldn't be addressed, spelling shouldn't be addressed at board level.
That's
You know,
right.
It should, so this, you know, somehow there has to, and there are things that we need to speed up, like if you're going to give, relief on the fines. I mean, this procedure where we throw it out and then you say, well, next month we'll talk about it, and a month after that we'll do something, is simply too slow for a crisis. So
Right.
if there's some way
Special meeting.
we can clean this up, you know, we can smooth it out so that, things move faster is what I was looking at.
Well, you have another meeting, you can call a special meeting.
But if you go into the special
Would it be a night
meeting,
meeting?
okay, if you go into the special meeting and you don't have the information, or the document hasn't been approved, and
you should
you
have
need to
everything
change the
under
spelling
control.
on it, then it goes to the next meeting.
Right, exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Are you ready?
all right, can we go on to operation administration, please? Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's you.
Staff report, update on finance, billing software, well protection.
So far in September, we've made 86 acre feet of groundwater and used 19 feet of surface water.
This is in September?
Correct.
86 feet of well water.
Well, groundwater, yes.
Oh, groundwater, and 19,
Surface.
Of surface water, so far in
okay,
September.
Okay, so,
half of the month.
okay, with the water we're getting from Reading, okay. How much have we got left for the rest of the year?
Of the 700 acre feet.
Of the 700, around 200 acre feet.
We have 200 acre feet left in the kitty.
No, then we got the 500 besides that, right?
So you
Yes, I think you avoid using that.
What did I say? 19?
District, whatever, 200.
Just over 200.
Okay, we have 200 acre feet to last us till,
Of the 700.
of the 700.
And we still have the 500, right?
We still have the 500 at those more expensive rates.
But that is, we use what we want of and pay only what we use of.
Yeah,
Right.
there's actually technically only one contract with the city of Reading. So both amounts of water are they're not take or pay, they're just pay as you go.
Right, so basically, we have 700 acre feet until,
February.
February, March
Is that
1st.
right?
Yes.
And-
Plus groundwater.
Well production.
And then the well production,
Yeah, what,
we can pump 180 acre feet per month.
Call it 170.
And if you multiply that by 6, that's 1,080. So between now or the beginning of September and February 28th, we have 1,780 acre feet of water to use.
Excluding
That's the numbers.
reservoirs.
That's, yeah.
Those are the numbers.
Less than 80, so.
That would be, if you divided that by 6, that would be 300 acre feet a month. But of course, we're going into the dry month, the so-called wet months, and we're gonna be losing less. So theoretically, in September, we can use more. In October, we can use more, because it's gonna be dry in October. In November, maybe it'll start raining, but we can use a little bit more. And then when we get into December and January and February, we can use less. So it looks to me like if we can use more in September, October, and November, we ought to be able to do variances.
Well, we've had hot Decembers and Januaries and Februaries though,
Yeah,
where
we
it's
have.
been 80+ degrees and you have to water your animals,
Yeah.
and that's too warm for them in the winter.
Well, we don't know that, but, you know, we
But-
hope
but
it
it's a
isn't
whole
that
new
way.
year. It's a whole new
You
story.
have to take a look at,
It
you
should
know,
be
it's.
like.
But we do have,
Yeah.
we do have, according to what I see here, we've got 1,780 acre feet.
That's what I'm getting.
We have 1,780 acre feet of water between now and the end of February. If we pump the well at 180 acre feet a month, and we have the 700 acre feet still left, 200 from the first, the 700 that we got from the city already, and the 500 that is a little more expensive, that's 700 plus 1,080, 1,780 acre feet. We ought to be able to see how we can manipulate that, so knowing that going into December, January, and February, if you're gonna do low water months, usually, we ought to be able to manipulate that water somehow so that we can give variances to people.
Well, if we're at 40 of surface, right? For this month, we're being up at 40, like, we're halfway through, we do another. And you do the same thing next month, and the same thing all the way through to February, that's 6 months, that's only 240 acre feet of surface water.
Correct.
Then we're gonna sit there, no, that's where I'm going. We're gonna sit there and probably not even use the 500 acre feet.
And not have to pay.
And then we're gonna have all these customers, we have a list of customers who have these penalties. Of one lady there, I looked at, she went over 27 extra, I mean, looking at $600 there. And we can't, yeah, we have to get variances. I mean, I don't know how you do it, or just
I agree.
waive the penalties or something. But
I think we're prepared to do variances. We have the drought rate in place.
Waive the penalty.
We
Can I
the
suggest?
issue with the penalties is that you gotta be able, you wanna.
well, how about if have a break clean month, where basically, since a retroactive thing, where we dropped the ball, and I don't care how you put it, I mean, yeah, I mentioned water purchase in February, but I let it go, okay, that's my fault. We didn't make the water purchase. Centerville is paying for, I think it was half of the water purchase, and they're putting half the cost onto the customer. So they have reserves, we don't have necessarily that. But what I'm saying is, we need to eat some of this, you know, we thought it was drastic that the Bureau came down on us, we think it's drastic at 26% increase in fees on disadvantaged communities by the state coming at us, and yet we're gonna have these fees where someone paid basically an extra month's worth of water they used, and we're gonna charge them $600. That's more than 26% on disadvantaged communities. So I'm just thinking of ways that we gotta figure out a way to grant forgiveness. I think that's what the word's gonna have to be. Even though we have a history of no forgiveness for all water things, no forgiveness for anything. We messed up, we didn't get the water purchase on time, we rushed through a drought process, which had some practical errors in it that we're still working out. We couldn't do the 10-day thing. We've made some practical mistakes, as well as the fact that we didn't buy the water. And I think that if customers are gonna forgive us of that, then we should find a way to forgive them of this summer that hit them like a freight train, and everything's dying. I mean,
Yeah.
This was a
I mean,
terrible
it's
summer.
not like the customers haven't cut back. My gosh, you go
Oh, you
through this
guys
whole
have.
community and it's cut back. I mean,
It's dead.
June, I used 210. July, I used 48. This last month, I had a break. And I came in and showed them the break. And I'm at 32. So we're trying. Out here, you guys are not, you're listening to us, but you're not hearing us. And we talked about that at our meeting last week. I am asking you to hear us. We need to have water out here. You have the water. How you make your money is you sell the product. It's the water. We'll pay $121. Sell us the damn water. Okay,
And my other concern, just to throw this out there again, is there's people that are using water that aren't paid for.
Yeah.
We have a debt of 140,000, I think, I heard, of water that people are using.
It's probably sitting at 200 probably.
And how much are they using?
Are they the lucky ones if they're not paying their bill and they're using 100 a month or something?
Could be.
No, could be, but there are
But
people
see,
out there that aren't paying,
we're
you're right.
getting penalized, we
And
keep getting
At the,
penalized.
on the 30th of September, they have to pay up. Now, whether they will or not, that's a different story. But you got kind of three options open to you on the 30th, that's open to this board. You can go to the customer that hasn't paid and say, now it's time to pay up. Because if you don't pay up, we can shut your water off now. And do that after the 30th. We can work out a payment with you, which would be probably the best way to do it, and you have 12 months to pay it off from the past payment. Because that's in the law that, is it a law?
CARES
I think it's a law.
CARES Act.
Or you can put a lien on their house.
Wonder if they're a renter.
Yeah, well, you can
Then the
still put
landlord gets the lien.
You can still put the lien on the house, but here's the kicker there. I've had people that told me before about putting liens on the house, go ahead, I don't care, I'm gonna live here till I die anyway. And the
Yeah,
only
pay
time you get the
property
money
taxes
back is when they sell the house.
But you get it with interest.
What?
You get to get it with interest. We
With
charge
interest?
interest.
Might have to wait.
You might have to wait 20 years.
So,
We don't need it 20 years from now, we need it now.
Probably will.
My suggestion is we have another meeting
We're having a special meeting on that one.
next week. I don't know if we can, I don't wanna get into the whole redoing the ordinance, because,
Right.
you know,
We need to get with the program on
Yeah.
variances.
yeah, it's a
The
new
people
ordinance.
in need can come and Bill had a stack of them, it was 43 acre feet a month of variances that were in front of them. The district can accommodate those.
We gotta deal with
From my
policy.
map.
We have to just to tell them to grant variance, that doesn't help Bill.
No, I'm
How
saying,
much is he gonna grant? Whatever they request?
no,
he's received.
I think it should be 29
and looked
units a
at
month times the rest of the year, that's what I think.
Yes.
20
So double it?
No, 29 units, we were all allotted 29 units. We get into the winter months, we're going down to 2 or 10 or whatever, we're not using it, but why don't we get credit for that somewhere? Why don't these people get credit for that?
Yeah.
You guys
So
have
look at
mentioned a
every
couple
county
times
road.
over usage of water.
Yeah.
What is your guys', what is your
Sorry.
thing of over usage of water?
More than 29.
Let's say,
Okay, so it's not a thing of what are you using water on, it's just over usage of water.
More than 29 units.
Yeah.
Basically, we're trying to get through this summer,
yeah,
and now we're kind of
without
getting
any
through
service
it.
line. You know, it
Well,
strikes me that you could, along your lines, you could take the available, or the projected forecast available water with some conservatism built in, and you could reallocate a proportional amount of that, and while it's not a percentage, as it was done historically based on use, because this water, you're so upside down in terms of not having any bureau water, we could either do it that way, which would, if you took the 1,700, or you say you take 1,300 acre feet, you divide it by the customers, it would be more than 29, but it wouldn't satisfy the really big users. I don't know what that number is. Well,
I think you figure it out.
1,300 divided by,
I'm thinking it's.
multiply it on 1,300 by
27,
475.6.
Yeah.
And then you get the number of units, and then you can divide it by a certain number of customers.
What's gonna happen come this winter when we get down to 2?
you won't have
Or
the
people
issues.
have tanks that have been storing water, and they fill them back up off their drain, or whatever, they use one. What are you guys gonna say to us then? Come back, we need some more money.
It is an issue, by the way. The district has always struggled in the winter months to
The base
Because
rate.
there's-
Not anymore, the base rate's up.
Yeah, the base rate, I understand that, but
We're
It's
like
still
getting 13 units almost every month.
So we took 1,300 acre-feet and, I can divide by months, that's too big.
Yeah.
Now, this is no shoestring, and he's gonna figure this out and revise it, so.
Well, since we're workshopping it, I'm with no guarantees here, so we have
1,300 times 435.6 divided by 5.5.
So how about one of you that wants to work on this project, come to one of our HBCCs and we'll have a brainstorming session on how we can try to make this work.
I like that. I'll be there.
No more than two.
And
Yeah.
it should-
it works out.
and these variants
What'd
should
you
be,
say?
No more than two.
No more than two, that's
No
right.
more than 2 board members can.
the community should get on the variants also. So
According to the
someone doesn't pay their bill, they can have the
Excuse me.
variance.
Wait, everybody's talking at one time.
Excuse me,
We get away with that.
a board member can go, but can't say anything, but can listen.
Okay.
I just read that.
For what? Listen,
Two
on what?
community meetings.
No, if, let's say Irwin and Cedric come to talk to you people, okay? I show up and I sit in the back
Oh.
and listen.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
Okay, good.
So we wouldn't have to touch that.
Scott and Bev have already, their committees have looked into this variance. And it's kind of a group thing that they think that the community should be in on some of the variance decisions besides just the board. So that way, there's no real nepotism or whatever you wanna call it. So that way, if there is like,
Well, I'm not related to everybody.
if there is a need, if I pick up 5 more grandkids or whatever it is in the house, or get dropped off at the front door, they're gonna use that much more showers, whatever else.
Still 29.
And, but I'm gonna use 2 come November, and can you use, as a community, can you look at the guy's history? He's not gonna go over the year, he's not gonna push the year over, when he uses 3 and, 3 units with the next, the end of the 3 months, so. There's gonna be a pretty good savings, whatever, but what Bev was looking at is, there should be a couple community members in on this, so it's just not thrown back at the board as it's or the district, as they're being discriminated against. There should be a committee to go through these variances, so it's kicked around to the public, it's just not, a board decision. No, just on the
There's
request.
ways of leaving some of it out.
Yeah,
You can
there's
set
ways.
criteria.
Yeah, so we've had this discussion a few different times, and it's not to even know their name, it's just,
Account number.
or their account number. It's just kind of looking at, what their history is and what their usage is,
And the savings they've been doing.
There's a lot of customers in the variances that have shelled out some pretty personal information on why they think they need, extra water, and some of that shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Some of those are HIPAA violations, let's just say.
Yeah.
It's gotta go across the board, it can't just, you gotta find a metric that can be seen as fair.
So,
Correct.
you and her go through the variances. Actually, the
I
medical.
just stamp them that I've received them and I put them in a folder for Bill.
Smart.
I've got enough stuff to deal with. But I do wanna throw it out there, like Bill and I have kind of brought up before, you do have to think of however you are going to approve these variances from a software standpoint as well. Because, Bill and I have been going back and forth with just drought stuff with the software company. And, that's time consuming too. And so, when we're talking about each individual customer's allocation, we have to go in there, manually change that, and let's say that's just for the month, right? And then we have to go back in and manually change it again, back to the 29. So, I hear everything, I'm just saying, just from a software standpoint,
Well, how
that
much-
has to be part of the thought process.
How many variances have you guys done?
Volunteers to cover other things so they can.
A lot. several hundred.
Several hundred. Kristen, wouldn't it be feasible maybe to just leave it that you keep it as the 29 units, but that person who was okay that variance, you just remove the penalty line off of it?
Right.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It's the same exact thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's
you
the
gotta,
same,
you gotta go
and
through
you
every-
actually can't, because once somebody has a penalty, then it already calculates, so like for the $50 penalty, now it's calculating how, that it's your
What your
second
next credit
penalty,
is.
and.
All right,
how
and you just
much
make
it-
a credit for everybody for the whole year, and put it on their account. And then it eats away at their penalty if they have, and just do it across the board.
It'd be easier to just be able to charge everybody the $1.21 now.
I
can't.
You can't,
Why can't we?
because you had to do a 30-day period.
Okay, all right, so, all right.
So the next easiest thing would be, well, it wouldn't be easy, but we could adjust the penalties to cover the cost of water. Per person, which would take forever, but it would be easier than reprogramming the system for every individual customer.
Don't you have the
For
drop
this
rate?
month, and then just go to the drop rate.
Yeah, we're talking about right now.
Yeah,
Someone wants to
from now,
borrow,
yeah.
says they want more water, or need more water. They don't wanna, we just read the meters today, they don't wanna be subject to the penalty. We'll work with them with the penalty. What can we do for them now?
That's why I was suggesting, the penalty appeal. I mean, you bill it out and then you can write it off later on, say, okay, I'm gonna take that off your bill, you don't have to pay. Well, which is,
Yeah.
you know, as opposed to going through a formal, set up a supplemental application and change the formulas and everything, you just say, no, okay, I'll write that one off.
Or at that time, you could say, okay, in lieu of your penalty, pay this amount, which is 138 times whatever usage over you did, and that keeps the district whole. And and Lord knows the water budget, it's already been, the water's gone, so it's not like we're overreaching at that point. I think that would be a clean way. I got a nod from Mr. Moore, damn it, I must be doing something right here. God damn! So what do you think about that? We, on Dave's suggestion, get people to,
on everything beyond the line.
no nickel and dime.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, it follows your pattern of execution.
So what you're saying is, let me say it, so I understand it. You're saying that somebody comes in and has a penalty. You get rid of the penalty, then you take a look at what they did use and charge them the 121.
You say in lieu of the
In lieu of the
penalty,
penalty.
because we have that flexibility now. Well, yeah, I mean, it keeps the district whole, but there's still this overriding, we'll do variances. We'll still have a cap on general use, because in the spirit of what, I mean, it's a drought, I don't know.
You only got 1,780 feet.
Yeah, there's issues around, if we just turn the water loose at this point, it would look bad.
That's why we have a drought usage rate.
I know.
But we can't put that on the bills now.
So you defer the penalties until the drought rate comes in, and then you basically retroactive it.
No, you just do it concurrently with their penalty. They come in and protest their penalty, and I think anyone with a large penalty would, they'd say, whoa. And they'd come in and protest the penalty and say, well, in lieu of the
You
penalty.
can't charge them that rate until the date comes.
No, this
We
would
could
be in
adjust
lieu of the
I can
penalty.
adjust their penalty to cover the cost of water. The only problem is when it comes down to the accounting, is that's not gonna go to the water sales, it's gonna go to the penalties.
That's all right, won't it? I mean,
Yeah.
it's someday, it's
No one's gonna break that up.
left hand, right hand.
That wouldn't be right.
What do you mean? It's a loss right now, period. It's a loss. So,
Anything extra we grant right now is a loss.
well, yeah, and it's,
So, but if we just adjust the penalty,
yeah.
it covers.
I don't think anybody's out here willfully breaking the rules of the district. They moved out here to live where they thought they had it made. And then all of a sudden it fell apart. So, we've got a handful of people that come to the meeting, almost every meeting. Those are the people that care. They're gonna pay attention to what you want, and just like you should pay attention to what we want. So, you know, I mean, nobody's out here to beat anybody out of a buck, I don't think.
Just the ones that don't pay their
The ones
bills.
that don't show up and the ones that don't care.
Yeah, they need to pay their bills. Yeah, just the ones that don't pay their
So
bills.
we got 15 people in the district here, out of 2,710.
Right, that's the difference
Yeah.
right there. If you had 2,700 people here at this building, it wouldn't look so good, would it?
So are we giving Bill direction to,
It's his discretion in the ordinance,
yeah,
as far as to give the variances. But
but in the manner that we're
how can
discussing?
I don't know, you can charge them a rate that's not yet in effect, I know. it's-
So it's not, no, the rate's not, that's nothing to do with the driver. You're just in the penalty. Instead of taking $600, you take
Alright,
$215.25, whatever it is.
It's not,
Yeah, read the ordinance.
it's not attached to a rate at all.
Or how about,
And I don't think anyone's gonna complain about that. I think that's as fair as it gets, right? I mean, it's not like,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's really gonna be,
So what are you saying?
This late in the game, yeah.
If you use over 29, it was 93, then 121, now what's the next one?
it is just, still just 121.
No, but
Oh,
if-
for like to adjust the penalty.
Correct.
The only goofy thing about that is if this just becomes the standard practice, you've effectively removed any cap on use.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
then, which,
And that's
at this
the
point in the game, well, it'd be for the month, it'd be for this month, this billing cycle, and then it would go to variances and the 121 drought rate. Does that make sense?
Until you get into the city of Reading 500 acre feet, which really needs to be built out at 133 at a minimum.
Well, we went through that at our last meeting.
Then the well water, or groundwater would cover the rest of the district uses, that 29 unit. And if you're digging into the city of Reading at the 462.38, you're gonna have to bump up more. Again, you're selling water at 12 cents or more per unit at a loss.
you can do conditional approvals of variances, it says here.
Yeah.
So if you do a conditional approval, tell them, this is kind of the direction I've been given by the board, and they continue to practice, then it reverts right back to, that's what I would suggest.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
otherwise,
yeah.
otherwise you're gonna have people,
Yeah, sure.
oh, I think this. And that would go into your other part there where, but the only things you have in here are these tiers and the $50 fees and stuff, so what would be the conditional variance that we would want Bill to give them, everybody?
what's the penalty for going over by 30 units? Is it
They're
like-
$600,
$200?
$600 the second time.
Oh, $600 a second.
Your first one is $50, and then it goes into this table, which would be $600 for 30 units.
Yeah, so somebody can come in and say, I want to
That's
be
$20.
forgiven for the $600, and instead, I'll pay the extra 30 HCF, and instead of paying $600, I'll pay for the district $36.30.
That's a deal.
What math is that?
30 units, $1.21.
No, what we were gonna do, we were talking about doing it at 138, which is the
Okay.
most expensive rate.
Okay,
But
one
doesn't
thirty,
that
eighty,
still
three,
fall under
plus
his
two,
penalty rate, and that's what?
$41.40.
And that should be put into a separate account to cover at city of Reading, not
It would
general.
just be a penalty, it'd fall into the penalty, you go into the penalty.
Okay, whatever, but it should be used
So
to.
instead of $600, it would be $41.40.
But that can only happen for the,
Penalties are all raised revenue.
For the one month.
They're just determined.
that was the idea, was to slow down usage.
You're saying that can only happen for the first month.
So why don't you just
Second month-
meet next week and end the whole ordinance?
You should have.
What would happen if we met next week and ended the whole ordinance?
Just end it.
I know, you should.
Not next
You
week.
should not.
Like,
Well, then,
If you got one and you only use it, it's 6.
yeah, a lot of things gotta go right if that's.
I don't think ending the ordinance
Higher use meter.
is the right thing to do. I think a little bit of that needs to stay in place,
all right,
just in case.
It should be.
Because it was
You're right.
midpoint is.
Mario, I like your
but
idea.
if we're through the point where we're kind of, we're not quite in the clear yet, but if we were, then why would you keep an ordinance? in
Well, why
place?
not just make the motion to get rid of the penalties? That's really the only thing anyone cares about, is the money.
There you go.
So,
Well,
I
yeah.
would like to keep the penalty, I would like to keep the ordinance in place, but just amend the dollar volume. Either to zero or to something appropriate.
Or back to the $50.
$50 flat or.
50 would just about cover everybody.
50 flat and someone uses 400 acre feet. They
And you
just
don't pay
blow
your
it
bill
up, they
anyway.
just blow up.
Well, after next month, we'll still get the $1.20. It'll be the
I understand, but if someone uses 400 units, right, if there's a lot of use that we don't anticipate, and that may or may not happen, I mean, but if you have no ability to hit the brakes, you're saying, I have no more brakes in this car, we're gonna friggin' run it down, I don't know about that either.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, he's correct, or less than them, because, like I say, I had a brake, it was a T brake. I brought it in, Bill saw it. I have a 2-inch. Do you know how much goes through a 2-inch? I don't know if you understand, because you don't have animals or anything. And a lot goes through.
She knows what a thrust box means.
Well, you're gonna have green
And
pasture
so, it bugged me way up, and I'm thinking, oh crap, I need a variance, the Augusta variance, which I understand that. Whatever the water I use, and it went through, for all these years, whatever goes through our meter, we pay for
Yeah, so,
it. Bottom line.
so,
It says right here, upon granting an appeal request, the board may impose any conditions it determines to be appropriate.
There you go.
$50 per 100 acre foot,
There you go.
or 100
But
units.
that says on
Instead of
appeal.
what?
So
It's up
people
to you guys to
know
figure
they
out.
gotta apply. And Cedric,
so,
those people with animals and farms,
Yes.
we have been ag conscious from day one. Nobody's gonna run over what they need.
yeah, so this is what I think is a solution that we can understand potentially collectively, that'll work, I think, for everybody. So for this month's penalties, if people come in and protest the penalties, you apply the higher price $4.62 rate to those in lieu of the penalty this month. And then next month, that policy goes away and we go to a variance system that grants the water that's necessary to these customers that have a need for it at the drought rate, along, you know, as if everyone else would be paying the drought rate as well. But then we still have a cap on the general populace's use of water.
It's favoritism.
Well, no, it's not, everyone has an opportunity to come in and get a variance. And he can be as loose as he wants on
We
the
did
variance.
pass that.
Yeah, but
And we could tell him to be as loose as you, when we're doing variances, I would suggest be as loose as possible, based on the budget, not to exceed, you know, in that, it's gonna be around 58 feet a month in terms of excess.
why
that you can
create
do.
more paperwork for our office?
Yeah.
Let's just, I mean.
We need a big water clock in the back. Everybody comes in to get a variance, it goes cha-ching, it goes down one notch.
How about this one while I'm crazy? We do the penalty by charging the higher Reading water rate
At 130.
for the penalty, 138,
Oh, what?
462.
462.38.
But there's a,
Whatever that
They
is.
need to.
Whatever it is.
and then next month, they're just talking about, I don't know, we have 15 people saying throw just throw away the drought ordinance. And we just let it ride.
I don't think.
And we see what happens in a month. We see what happens in a month, and if it doesn't, we have an emergency meeting and we slam it back down.
Yeah, that's not.
Raise another $1,000.
What about
Yes.
this, what about the ratepayers that don't pay, that they just,
We have to
can't
read
you
the
shut
whole
off the ratepayers next month?
Well, this is not everything anywhere.
That don't pay?
You know, like, so by the time you go through the process, it will be done.
Eating up all your water, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea, but we can't make that decision tonight, unfortunately.
But we
We
can
can
get
do it.
Right.
You can just do it.
You can, yeah, just do it.
The ordinance
says you can't.
Ordinance says you can approve variances
You're gonna, yes, there you go,
There you go.
there you
So
go.
Bill's gonna do remarks.
Well, ordinance is next month, you're adjusting the penalties.
I'm adjusting penalties, all I'm doing is.
You can approve,
That's
conditionally
well,
approve,
I'm
or
gonna
deny
listen
it.
to the billing
Yeah, I
cycle
mean-
because you and I are gonna be handed
Yeah,
that same.
hopefully, nobody wants the bill sent out on the first, but we're willing to do it.
Okay,
So volunteers.
But
can
any
help
previous
cover some of the things
violations
in the office.
Penalties are fine and will not be reimbursed.
So the initial $50 ones, all right,
Yeah.
Okay,
those would stay.
What you're saying is that you are going to charge $50 to $1,000 this month, but
No,
next
this-
month, not.
No,
no,
no.
It just makes that.
Because I put in a variance 2 months ago, and you told me you haven't even looked at it. And I would have been below my variance this month, but I'm gonna get $50 for it?
That was for the
That's
last
why
reading.
Director.
That was for the last,
The last
you haven't gotten it.
This reading, you would get a much bigger penalty, and what we're suggesting is for those larger penalties, we could, instead of having the large $600 penalty, you just have folks pay the most expensive water rate that we have acquired.
For every unit over their allocation.
You know what makes me mad? It's 15 years ago, I come in here and you took my ag meter away from me. And then you went to the domestic, and then you promised me I would never have to pay more than what my ag meter was.
That's a bad promise.
I don't know if you're on the board there or not, but it was right here.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad things happening.
So the direction we're giving Bill, just to recap, Bill, what do you have? That's doable for you guys at the office with the staff.
Like I said, the easiest thing would be to just get rid of, if we're not gonna just get rid of.
You're gonna grant the variances.
We're gonna have, no, this month, we're just adjusting the penalties per person to cover the cost of water, and it is gonna be a maintenance. But the only other thing we can do,
Well, you have to give a written notice of the action taken, so what do you?
that's the variance.
The variance and the penalty are two separate things. The penalty is, there is no notification period, because all you're saying is I'm going to give you relief from the penalty.
Yeah.
That doesn't have to come to the board.
And I'm assuming that every customer will have relief from the penalty.
Yeah, the issue there is that if you're not, how do you get that out to all the customers so they're all treated similarly? I mean, you get people mailing in big checks, and then they find out that we've granted relief in that way, unless for some reason you turn around and send them money back. I mean, that seems. No, it's a lot.
So do we process,
Yeah, if you don't send money back, you credit the account.
do we process
That's
the
the
bills?
case. I
That would
paid
be-
city bank
gone up
all the
yet.
time, and it's credit.
Yeah, but here's the.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, don't have any outgoing money.
How about we have a grace period?
okay, Bill's got an
Grant the
idea.
account instead of paying back. If someone makes a penalty, they just-
Hey, guys, Bill's got an idea, let's
The
listen.
easiest thing would be to do is just lower the penalties.
Yes.
And then we'd have to work with software to get those implemented before the bills go out. I'm assuming that could be done, I don't know.
Andy, I mean, they're already in place. Well,
But
they're
we
already.
started the download, we started the process. So
No,
changes.
they're-
We can just change the price of the penalties in there?
No, we
We can
can, but
for
that's
each-
for each individual
For
customer.
each customer.
Is what they're saying.
But no, what if we change the entire penalty
No,
thing?
no.
It has to be true.
The answer is no.
Legal ordinance, that's the problem.
So the next easiest thing to do would be just to get rid of the penalties, but we can't do that.
No.
The penalties could be lowered easily.
Globally, through the whole program.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
because they're already on there, it's by rate code. The rate codes, instead of between 6 to 10 units, it could be like
It'd be the same
It could
value
be
for each
low.
one. It'd be-
but it would just be lowered, right?
You'd have to
As far
do,
as dollar
you
wise.
just do the math. well, you know what you could do, is you could take the upper end of each of the tiers, so 5 to 10, you just take 10, multiply it by 138, and that would be the penalty. So if you used 5 over, you'd still pay the 10 penalty, but it ain't $600, it's 40. It's
So that
or-
would actually, that would be different because, well.
No, you're just assigning, instead of having a 600 in
Yeah,
there,
that
you're
needs
just
that
assigning.
since we started the process.
And it'd only be for one,
So we can't do that.
and it'd only be for 1 month.
Might be very excited about it.
You would have to do it.
No, I think we could go in there and change the separate.
We will have,
We want it back in. We want it back.
well, we can put our agenda next month.
No,
And
next week.
for formalize it.
Or, no, yeah, I guess it wouldn't be for 1 month, it'd be.
But Bill, I don't know how that backs you up though legally. This is a legal thing, right? You know, this is a whole structure.
Yeah.
And then, but the board, it does say here, we can call a meeting and grant any appeal request, impose any conditions and determines appropriate. Couldn't we just, that and another one, doesn't it kind of give us leeway as a board to adjust? I mean,
Yeah,
to
we
hear
can.
the appeals.
But you gotta do it in the formal board meeting.
So you just have a list of names, right, and all the people, and we've approved in one slew at a board meeting like next week. So that when you could, because I don't, this was a published thing, right, this is this is legal, this is the paper and all that, and it specifically had these, well, the paper didn't have it, but the notice we had on our website had these specific categories, they just don't. The only, you could grant variances, but I don't know if you can adjust the penalty schedule, that's where I'm kind of getting off. But the board could approve a request that you can work with for all of those people requesting.
It doesn't say I can adjust the penalty.
No, it says you can approve the variances though.
Yeah, you can approve the variance.
Oh, it said I can adjust the penalty.
Let me see.
I don't have it in front of me, but for some reason I was thinking I could adjust the penalty.
You can approve, or conditionally approve, or deny the protest.
We're talking about the protest, not the variance.
Variance,
You got a letter, borrowing $50.
you can approve, conditionally approve, or deny the variance.
Got the letter.
Next one is 50.
Okay.
Well, we gotta resolve this somehow. And, either way, it seems to me that on the next agenda.
So you can
this
conditionally
whole
approve.
Ordinance is gonna have to come back.
Bill can conditionally approve.
Approve.
You can approve, conditionally approve, or deny the protest variance.
Either the protest of the fine you
Same-
can do
same word.
and the variance on
We
the
haven't
water.
seen any of the protests come in yet, because the bills haven't come out. That's,
Well, it's a protest on a form prescribed by the district. Isn't that the same thing, I mean, because the variance is the same thing as giving you pictures, right?
so approving the variances that I have currently. Am I just approving them?
You can conditionally approve, or deny the variances.
Or modify.
Conditionally approve would be modified.
What we were gonna, I thought what we were talking about doing is, until the drop rate is being charged, we're just asking you to exercise your authority to adjust the penalty related to overuse to align with the cost of the more expensive ready water. And do that on the bracket by bracket at the highest, so, 1, and then it would be 5, I don't know the brackets. 1 to 5, so it'd be 5, 6 to 10, it'd be 10, 11 to 15, would be 15, and those would be the fixed, penalty costs above. What sucks though is what you do is, when you're over 100, I mean, what if someone had 500? What's the penalty for 500? It would be 500 times you would just use the amount, you could just use their actual number, I guess, too. Except if you were gonna try to program it.
That's the allotment.
So,
If you were gonna program it, then you would need to.
right. So meters have been read, we're gonna process bills, and they're gonna go out on the first. Then I'm adjusting, once all the bills go out. All the penalties.
Oh,
and
yeah,
accounts,
yeah,
all
that's
the
true,
accounting,
yeah.
nightmare
You could save
adjustments.
yourself if you did it at the front end. Can you do it for people over 100? If they did 300, can you make that adjustment? Can you use just after 100, just have the usage times the rate?
I think that one would have to be special program, because right now.
Maybe it would just be
that
through
would
the
not
special
be
meeting.
Should check with Rachel and see what.
Bill, just use your best judgment.
Well, but we need to be, I think that's the
They can't just arbitrarily just
for the next two bills.
Someone's gonna argue that you're raising the rates, the drought usage rate, that you, 30-day notice, you're doing it ahead of time, this is the way you're doing it ahead of time, to make more money.
No, we're granting relief based on our new circumstances.
We're trying to
Having water available to grant relief to people on the penalties.
Maybe we should
But
check.
if somebody overused 100 units, and there's a 30 cents difference in the new rate and the old rate, you're only talking about, I mean, it's not worth the effort, you just grant them the relief and.
Well, what if they used 500 units?
If they use 500,
Just charge them
500 units at 30 cents, it's $150. And the amount of effort that you're gonna have to go through to try to do all of these adjustments, you're gonna spend way more than that on programming and office support.
Yep.
I have to do it, print up a little piece of paper and put it in.
If somebody used 500 units times $1.38, that would be $690, as
Right.
opposed to $1,000.
But
But
also,
the
they
point is-
paid 93, you don't charge them the full amount, because they did actually pay the
500
other part.
units.
It's just a difference in the price.
Well, they would be paying for the unit price anyways of the 600 plus the extra thousands, they'd be saving $1,000.
Well,
It's a grace period, and then there's something that,
It's over an acre foot of water.
Oh, goodness.
I don't know what all
If
this.
somebody does that, you know they're doing wrong.
Yep.
I mean, that's obvious.
Are there some huge bills as far as like,
Where comes
based on
somebody
real
to this?
usage, not requests? Like, there was some major.
I do think this has to be on
I haven't looked through all of them, but there are
the
some.
agenda next month.
You guys do have
Well, that's the thing.
part of your drought
If
area
it's
is your
on the
water
agenda
waster.
next month,
There are penalties.
if it's on the agenda next
that you might
month,
be able to
then you
apply.
can't implement it until the following month, and by then it will be out of the dry area. It won't make any difference by the time you get there.
They can't show
So
constant.
the next thing to do is meet in 2 weeks or a week and
Yeah.
adjust and be done with it. But you have 1 week to come up with the final solution. Well, we've got to move ahead with something, of course. And actually, there isn't anything that we can do anymore other than maybe direct staff to do something. But we can't, pass an ordinance or a resolution or take a vote on anything because it's not on the agenda.
How about if we volunteer pay the $1.38? It's pretty simple that if you take a person's bill and you see, okay, well, I already have a variance in there, but I don't know where we're at with that. But my point is that if you just put some copies on a machine and says, well, we're giving you the chance to take a chance of this here, and put it in the bill, or you could pay, say, on the same paper, or you have this charge. Now, obviously, in my case, it's gonna be a pretty big charge, and I'm gonna pay the extra money. However, the thing about it is, you should be able to look at these reports, you said you got a couple hundred of them, well, you should go through them again and kind of weed out the, take the straw out of there. And just take care of the ones that are serious things, people that have these animals and stuff like that, it's pretty serious. It's pretty serious.
You gotta be fair to all.
Yeah, we're fair to everybody. The thing about it is, when you look at my chart here,
you see that, well, geez, how much more can this guy do? That's the problem. I'm trying to do the most I can, and, I'll share with you, to save a leak that was making a gallon or two a day, cost me $310 to fix today. So, we're just going overboard to do everything we can do. But we're still in a pale, or with, how you say, with everybody else, that, well, you're only gonna get that 29 units, well, that's not something, I probably, if you calculate how much I cut, you probably say, geez, this guy's, he's only giving 10% of the water that he normally would give. So what the heck? You gotta see that, there's others in that, I'm not, there's others who do that. This was one of the reasons why in June I have to provide so much water. Everybody's on the same boat, we need the water. And every time you guys put it back on them, it doesn't help anything. You know,
And they gave, so,
I know that the guys are busy as they you can't really do it. I see her running around the office there, my God, she can't do that now. She can't do everything there. So it's a problem. It's a big problem. But I can't let it go month for month. I mean, what are you gonna do when she drops over?
Let's refocus, because we've got all kinds of dialogue going on.
Yeah, it's past my supper time.
Sounds like a workaround.
Yeah, we're trying to get.
we want to give the manager as much direction as possible to try to, in the spirit of these discussions, provide penalty relief ASAP that makes sense.
But it's making a lot more work for yourself. Can't we just say something on the board right here, well, we're gonna put this.
Well, we have to stay within the bounds of the ordinance that we passed.
You know, sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. When we have customers that need
Yeah, that's
something,
right, sure.
we're gonna pay
There's a guy that's not gonna get sued.
And we don't care, we don't care about anything.
Well,
Can I hear what this lady has to
Well, maybe
say?
that's something.
Yes.
Just wondering, can you give them permission to go through the variances and to either approve them or not approve them?
Yes.
I mean, we used, what was it, 78 units, and we went down to 36. We got animals to water, I cut everything, my fruit trees are dying, the garden's gone, we have no yard. I mean, can you prove them by variance, by good faith, that we are trying to do what we can do?
I just hear what she's saying. So in other words, when you look at
Base it on
the
their
bill,
efforts.
if you show that they really made an effort to cut back, then they shouldn't have to, yeah.
And if we pay the $50,
First
penalty this month.
$50 second round result.
It'd be a $50 penalty, because it wasn't.
Instead of paying for the water at a higher rate.
But it says any.
Yeah, but they only went
Well,
like
that's
a
usually
couple
how-
over, they're gonna be paying. So,
That's not it.
are we just gonna forgive it, or? You know what I mean? Because
Well,
What do you think, Bill?
Murray, would you be able to calculate how much water, Bill could give out for this next? What do you think, the variances? You know what I mean? So he doesn't have to go, he's got so many goals, and then you can cut through that and see that, hey, when we're talking about people in a house, you know, they're doing fine.
Language there.
But on the other hand, you've got some of these ranchers, some of these people out there, they need
So
help.
it's talking to that overuse.
They can set a number for indoor acre feet.
I think the easiest thing to do would be to either call a special meeting and then that's what I think the rates, the drought penalty numbers.
Right.
Or I take every ordinance and go in before the bills go out and make the assessment. Every bill has an ordinance, or a variance. Every bill has a variance for every variance I have, I think it's just before the bills go out.
So, you're making before they get this bill, right?
So that means that everybody has over 29 automatically gets a variance?
No.
No.
No, I said that I go through all the variances and make adjustments to just those.
On granting any appeal.
But that's unfair, because there may be somebody who's gonna pay a penalty that didn't put in a variance.
Then they're going.
Oh, yeah, well, and I know.
Okay,
I
so,
put a variance
so
in.
if that idea is out, then get rid of the penalties altogether, and that idea is out.
Yeah, you can.
For the next 2 months, penalties
Just lower the
can
penalty
be
fee.
protested. So when they receive this larger bill, unless you think you can make the adjustments before the bills go out, they receive the penalty, people are available to protest their bill. It'd be nice to be able to let people know about that.
Yeah, they have
Well,
to,
you have
to.
a form and put it in with the bill.
But we're talking about
Piece of
before, we're talking about before the bills
Before the bill.
even go out.
Well, that would be, then you would just need to, you'd have to calculate a formula, and I would you could use, you'd have to add another line in it, right, because you'd have the 4 or 5 brackets.
The community.
And then you'd have one after that, which would be everything above 100 would be customers rate times, 138, and that would be all the other penalties after that. Are you following me? And that would be for this billing cycle, and then the next read, so it would be in place for 2 months, this forgiveness, because it's, while this next month isn't, would be kind of, we could end up using a lot of water, but I think, we'll just have to roll those dice. But then when we go to the subsequent month, so we have, this is one retroactive month, this next month coming forward on the penalties, and then looking forward, the penalties would be remain the same, and then you grant variances. I mean, at some point, you turn into, we would see how much water use is being done. We'd have a good idea whether or not we need to reinstitute the other penalties, or ask you to quit granting that relief from the penalty table. Because the penalty table would be sitting in the background, and it's at your discretion and our direction that you're granting relief based on that different penalty schedule. So we would have the ability to apply the brakes quickly just by saying, hell, we're gonna hold an emergency meeting to give you direction or what have you, right?
When does the bill go out?
They always go out the last working business day of the month.
Okay, and this is the 15th.
So they're gonna go out, they're
Okay,
gonna
well,
go out
maybe
Thursday.
on next Monday and change the ordinance to reflect all this. And boom, gone.
For 10:30 tomorrow night?
Have a meeting on that.
What did
And
you
just
say, Bill?
Change the
We
day.
could have it tomorrow night.
Or tomorrow.
We're almost
Well, you
there.
can't do it, you gotta have 24-hour notice.
10:30 tomorrow night.
We would give notice right now.
Maybe we can check with Rachel, see what it takes to amend the ordinance, and then.
We can amend the ordinance, I already have an email from her, that says we can amend the ordinance.
Right.
We just have to go through she has to review it,
30 days.
and we have to post it.
7 days.
No, it has to go in the newspaper for 1 day.
1 day.
$1,000 for 1 day.
It's $970 for 1 day.
Almost worth
Plus,
it.
but let's just do it, I think that'll be the easiest, and then figure out what the new penalties are gonna be.
Yeah, well, let's see, this
And
is
effective immediately.
Wednesday, we can have a meeting Monday night and do that. So from now until Monday to do that, post it in the paper.
The problem, what you're suggesting with that is that we have enough water that at $1.38, it's not gonna, we won't overdraw our surface and well water.
Well, it doesn't look that way. Here's the 15th of the month, we've only used 86.
That's with those penalties in place then. You take the penalties off and people's water behavior may change dramatically.
But then they're gonna be paying $1.21.
Well, no, they'd be paying
It won't change
138
for a very short amount.
The travel that's penalty.
Yeah, but I
They'd
don't
be
think,
paying 121 for the first.
I don't think this month's water's gonna go up that much. much.
138 for.
Maybe next month,
Then use over that.
not this month.
But this goes into effect immediately after you pass it. It can.
We wanna benefit the people that are doing a good job of their water.
And I'm not, and I suggest, and I would like us to sell as much water as possible, that said. I'm just, you know, and so how quickly could we, with a new ordinance and a whole new penalty table, we don't have the big break penalty, right? But with authority, you know, direction from us to have penalties based on that different schedule, it allows us to, if it's well advertised, people to use as much water as they want.
We'll get into the dry months,
Cost
between the
what it
wet
costs.
months now.
Until such time we go, whoa, we're overusing the water, because we'll see whether we're gonna use too much water.
I don't think we will.
Is it, am I making sense at all?
I think she's gonna tell you, you can adjust that table, but if you start going into we're gonna do a drought, like an early drought usage rate, she's gonna flag it up.
No.
And I think you basically,
Let me be
that's
super
what-
clear.
It's a hidden drought usage.
Let me be super clear. The penalty schedule.
Yes, we're based on.
We would ask.
Cost rather than arbitrary, is that what you're saying?
No, it's arbitrary.
These are arbitrary.
Well, let's make it arbitrary, let's make it about 40. It's arbitrary, but what we're saying is we're.
Times 5, like 5 units, right? About 40 times 5, about 40 times 10.
Yeah.
Or whatever that is.
Yeah, that would just adjust it. And then
But it's not arbitrary, it's based on actual costs that you're incurring in the district.
No, that's in excess of. 140 is in excess of.
They did that a few years ago and tried charging $2 per unit over your allotment.
That was part of a drought ordinance.
Mhm.
Yeah. Cause it's it's granting relief, we're directing
Why don't you leave that table in place, but instead of that being the table you use on the second time, make it the third time. Because here we are, and the first time would be an adjustment
in November.
with the.
That doesn't align with the ordinance that we passed.
Well, that's what we could do on Monday night.
What I'm suggesting though is we don't need to incur the next meeting, all the noticing, etc. We just direct the manager to adjust the
Get rid of
penalty.
certified mail.
To adjust the penalty to 140 if we need to be arbitrary.
Okay, the purpose of this table was to get people to cut back water.
That's right.
It wasn't to pay for the water, it's just to get the
Get people to
reduction.
cut back.
So
Scare
if we got the reduction from him, we like I said, we could give, he comes and says, I've done my reduction, give me relief on the penalty, I don't wanna pay the $1,000. Like I said, you can handle it with at that, with, the penalty appeal, the penalty protest, and you don't have to change this table, and you don't have to do anything else.
So let the penalties go out, let the customers come back.
Yes.
I don't see what else we can do interim. What does that do on, and the other thing, like I said, the penalty, would probably be, the only one that's going to run up to significant penalties are gonna be the ag, and there's probably not that many of them, unless I'm way off, like I said, people other than ag that are gonna have the penalty, or you say we give the relief only to ag, or whatever.
Yeah,
So they get a $200 penalty and they come back in with a variance, or they've already put in a variance, and then it's up to me, or Kristen and me, to review, and then what do I do?
This is just,
You
this
say,
month and the next.
I said just write it off. And not any other adjustments, just write it off, he did what he was trying to do, he did all he could to reduce, the usage.
So case by case basis, and I reduce the penalty to
0 or whatever you feel,
So the lowest tier is $50, right?
Okay, take it down to 50. Take it down to 50.
Well, yeah, what
If it's at 50, that would, cover both.
It depends what they,
cost of the
it depends if they use 300 over.
We are in place of transition, so $50 is well.
Not much, it's gotta be tied to.
Yeah, but again, what?
Are we talking about one month?
Direct relief from those substantial.
No, I said, we're talking about two different animals, and you're talking about something that's okay with that, 1 or 2 months.
the
Say again?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is we've gotta consider what they can do in the accounting system, that.
That's what you're gonna say,
Yeah, the accounting, all the adjustments are gonna look through.
No, because manually adjusting, well, no, I was thinking about before the bills go
What
up.
makes most sense from the software perspective? Doing it ahead of time?
There you go.
Having a crystal ball and done it differently from the beginning?
Yeah. From a software perspective, the easiest thing to do would be well, we're not gonna get rid of the penalties, that would be the easiest thing.
Can you adjust the penalties?
We
That's just the accounting part of the penalty, but the ordinance is still the same. Because, and the reason you'd be doing that universally is because we've given you direction to, knowing that, but also knowing that we need that table in place in case water use becomes really, really, really high and we start to butt up against our surface water limit. And if we don't, then we just leave it in place and people have at it, and we change maybe we consider dropping the penalty entirely 2 months from now, because we can see that the water use of folks is low enough that we just go ahead and let them go at the drought rate. Because we're confident that we can make it to the end of the year with what we have.
I think, like what you were just saying, we'll evaluate the meters, let the bills go out, and allow people to come in, and I can make an adjustment. They can protest it, and I can make an adjustment. In the meantime, we could look at variances and make adjustments before they go out, and do the best we can before they go out.
Maybe that would be the best way, just let them go out.
If you only check.
And, along with the letter in there,
Saving yourself a lot of time.
that you can protest it.
But he needs a metric to apply to everybody.
Yeah.
I would suggest just putting down to the lowest end of the table for everybody. Unless there's some egregious use that's.
And then you've got the water waster aspect in
I
it.
know, you guys are.
So
Well, you
doesn't
can
the
use it, though.
ordinance state that you have to apply for your variance before your bill comes out? Yes.
Right.
No, that's different, that's different. We're talking about protesting the penalty. Variance is something else.
After you get the bill, you can protest.
Okay, I'm
We
too
should at least
tired,
keep the
okay.
district whole and charge them for the water.
But-
I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, we're talking about protesting the penalty and then being relieved of the penalties.
Okay.
But if you send out the bills with the penalty on them, then anybody who wants to protest it can do that, and you then would have the authority to be able to adjust it.
and I'm being told to lower it down to the lowest.
But 50,000.
Yeah.
I thought it says that you can approve the variances and adjust them. Does it say he can approve the protest?
Yes.
Yeah, both he can approve, conditionally approve, or deny it.
Yeah.
Protest.
Conditional
I mean,
approval.
that's the penalty.
Yeah.
There are a lot of customers, I'm not saying a lot, let's say there's 4 or 5 customers that are using a ton of water. They know what the penalty is gonna be, $1,000, and they don't care. So if the bills go out, there's a chance that they don't come in and protest it, and we collect $1,000.
Well, that's the thing, that, I would assume that part of your review process is, did they reduce from last year or something, and is it a reasonable amount? Because you wouldn't just.
So if they don't come back in, I'm not gonna review it, correct?
Correct, that's right, that's only if they protest. And then, you got 10 days to answer, so you can look at the last year and see if they've actually reduced their usage or not.
And the table probably would give you enough flexibility to choose what's appropriate.
So we're letting the bills go out,
Okay,
and I make adjustments
yeah, on those people who protest.
on the protest. Am I allowed to make adjustments beforehand?
How's that?
He already has variances and stuff on file.
I wouldn't see why you would want to do that. It would
Because
benefit some people.
for medical
Well, that's variances now. That's different, isn't that variances?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's people asking for variances
Yeah.
beyond the 29. That's separate. We're talking about the penalty here.
This is
He's trying to reduce the number of customers.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the right thing here.
Yeah.
In the end, it's the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think you can leave those up.
So the bill.
I know the ordinance, actually technically the ordinance says I can do that, but.
Yeah.
But we gave you no real criteria or nothing.
Just don't lose our house.
Whatever you do, whatever you do. Whatever you do, send it out, the explanation of it out with it, with the bill, so that people understand it.
We're sending out a letter.
I'm sure about what I said. Yeah. Well, you gotta try.
I lost my
We'll be the first to say sorry.
How about just something on the webpage that you know, Sam, that you can protest and find it?
It's in the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance, yeah.
So the bills are gonna go out, I'm gonna make adjustments as protests come back in.
Right.
What's your hours
Got
gonna
it.
be?
But
That's what I wrote down.
But not approving variances before.
No, I can.
You can do whatever you want.
As long as I don't, as long as I don't lose money.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
We can lose money from.
Water management and not losing money.
We may have to lose money from.
Yep.
Oh, that's take your credit card away, it's gonna be.
Is it even
I'll take my stimulus check.
Higher.
So all penalties are cut to $50?
No.
Only if they protest.
Oh, they have to protest.
Yeah.
All right, I
It's not-
try people to understand. One of the
It's
things
not,
that
it's
we're
not a blanket amount either.
Manager's discretion. is like-
What else?
Okay, 60 seconds here. The auditor, important, McNulty and Saturn, contacted them. They are gonna resend an engagement letter, if they even sent an engagement letter, I haven't seen it, but with the correct dates. And they already had it on their calendar if they were to receive or award the audit, that they were gonna do it between February and April of 2022. Whether we're ready to do an audit, that's a different story. The billing software is undergoing a total overhaul right now, which I think we covered that. And we, we're gonna close the office clerk job, the position. That was posted on the website last week, and we were gonna close it today.
It's definitely getting close today now. We need to hire some.
How many
people
applicants?
tomorrow?
A lot, 15 or 18, haven't
That's
counted.
good. Good enough.
And we haven't reviewed them yet. And we're gonna review them the next several days, and we would like to hire somebody by the end of the month.
Good.
It's part-time, no benefits, and their wages would definitely be covered by either penalties, rates, or something. Yeah. I'll pay.
Make donations.
Plus volunteers.
Donations.
Plus, I don't need to make that much.
And that's all I have, unless anybody has.
Meeting closed.
When you're going out the door, please read this and put down the phone numbers. Sandy's gonna help me, and this is for the voucher.
Trash.
Okay, the trash
You want
voucher.
it in?
And Murray's gonna put it on the website for you.
Facebook, yeah.
You can get one for you.
I've used it.
Wait, you didn't ask for comment?
Yeah, public comment.
Oh, we need
All right,
comment.
I take that back. All right, any comments? No.
No. Yeah, let's go home.
Which hour's gonna be, what, you know,
I'm leaving my laptop here, because I'm assuming you're gonna